All right, we are ready to go. I am going to go ahead and call to order our regular city council meeting at 7:09 p.m. And I'll ask our city clerk to please conduct the roll call.
Mayor Sorts.
Present.
Vice Mayor Bergenzer.
Present.
Council members Gordon,
Present.
Letterju, Matias,
Here.
Michulik,
Present.
Palmeras.
Present.
All right, thank you. That's going to bring us to the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'll ask everyone to please stand and join council for the pledge. All right, thank you all. City Council was in closed session immediately prior to this, so I'll ask our city attorney if we have a report out from closed session.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Yes, the City Council did meet in closed session this evening with regard to the following items. Item A, conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 or .8, sorry. The property is 23 Harbor Way, Vallejo, which is the Zio Fredo's building. The agency negotiator, Gillian Hain, Assistant City Manager, negotiating party, Tony Lafort, under negotiation price and terms of payment of lease. With regard to that item, the council provided direction to its negotiators. There's no other action to report at this time. And item B, conference with the legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2, one case. There is no action to report with regard to that item.
All right, thank you. That's going to bring us to our presentations and commendations, and we have two this evening. I'll start by recognizing our Youth Services Coordinator, Victoria Grace Barksdale, for a presentation on the youth delegation to the 2025 National League of Cities Conference.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Victoria Grace Barksdale, Youth Coordinator for the City of Vallejo, and it is, as always, my pleasure to announce some of our wonderful stars from the Vallejo City Unified School District, John Finney High School, Jesse Bethel High School, and Vallejo High School, who will be our youth delegates representing Vallejo at the National League of Cities Conference. We'll be going to Salt Lake City, Utah on November 18th through November 21st. I will let them go ahead and introduce themselves.
Good evening, community, board. It is such a pleasure to be here upon you all once again. First of all, my name is Sonia Valdez. I am a junior attending Vallejo High School, and I am proud student trustee for the Vallejo High School. I'm really hoping to gain more knowledge, more skills. This would be my second time coming to the Strip. Therefore, I'm really looking forward to being that voice for my community, my people, and really represent and show what Vallejo is really all about. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Zanaya Delion. I'm a senior attending John Finney Education Complex. This will be my second NLC Youth Delegation Conference. This conference, I want to gain more. It'll be a different topic this conference, so I want to learn more about the workshops we have this time around. I want to meet new and see familiar faces. And I also want to be a voice for people who think they can't do it, because I do go to a continuation. So I just want to represent for Vallejo. Thank you.
My name is Hector Tinoco. I am a sophomore at Vallejo High School, and I hope this will be my first NLC conference, and I hope to learn many skills that will hopefully benefit me and my community so that I could be a better leader and a better person.
Hi everyone, I'm Renee Meneses, a senior at Jesse Bethel High School, and this will be my first trip in conference. And I would love to be the voice for Bethel and just voice out our problems at school, and also do it for Vallejo and work with other kids and work on how we can fix the problems that we have all in similar.
Hi everyone, my name is Zerva and I am the ASB president of Vallejo High School. I am a current junior and it is my first time doing this delegation thing and I cannot wait to look forward and meet new people and I cannot wait to make new connections and I can't wait to go to Utah.
My name is Kwame King. I attend John Finney High School. This will be my first NOC conference trip, and I am looking forward to making connections with kids all over the country and to have fun.
Assalamu alaikum. Peace be upon you all. My name is Ibrahim Idais, and I am the junior class treasurer of Vallejo High School. This is my first time on this trip, and I'm really looking forward to collaborating with other youth delegates from across the U.S. and really taking the skills that I gained from the workshops back to Vallejo, and hopefully we're able to build off the ideas that I gained. Thank you.
Follow up on that. Assalamu alaikum, mayor, city council members, and community. My name is Baroj Arbab. I am Jesse Bethel High School student representative and trustee, and I'm also the junior class vice president. I'm really excited about this trip, not only because I love Utah, it's such a beautiful city, Salt Lake City as well, but because I love the city. I love the city more than anything else, and more than anything, I also want to help the people that have made me who I am today, because without my people here in Vallejo, I couldn't be where I'm standing today. So from this mission, I want to gain the skills, the connections, the solutions to help our students in Vallejo to unlock their potential and to make Vallejo a better place for all of us. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sharita Dilly, and I am the Community Services Manager for the Vallejo City Unified School District, and I am the chaperone extraordinaire. And I am just so excited about the diversity in this group. I believe that it is a direct reflection of the city of Vallejo, and I know that they are going to represent us well. They're going to represent their students well, and I just hope to that they could just make us all proud. I know they're going to make us proud. So thank you so much for this opportunity.
With that, go ahead and wish all of our students luck. They're going to be doing a lot of different activities with students from across the U.S. We'll also be going on a college tour to the University of Utah. And if we can have a picture with council. Yep. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you all so much. We're looking forward to hearing how it goes. And we have a second proclamation today, which is a presentation of a proclamation recognizing Native American Heritage Month. And so I'm going to go over to the podium, and I'll talk a little bit about our goal for this recognition. All right. So, as you all know, November nationally and locally is Native American Heritage Month. And in Vallejo, we've had a few different models that we've used for our proclamation. And as everyone is aware, we have a lot of things going on in Vallejo right now with respect to our trust land and tribes and cultural protection. So what we're doing with this proclamation is we've actually reached out to all of the tribes that are recognized by the Native American Heritage Commission as having connections to Solano County, and any tribe. We basically welcomed anyone that wanted to celebrate with us here in Solano County, and we've got one proclamation here that I'm going to read out, and then we've got some representatives from our local tribes that I'm going to ask to stand at the end and be recognized, and we're hoping again that we can do this in a way that really recognizes the past, present, and future of all the hard work that's going on in our Native communities here. So again, this is a proclamation recognizing November 2025 as Native American Heritage Month. Whereas during Native American Heritage Month, we honor the history, rich cultures, and vast contributions of Native peoples. We commit to respecting tribal sovereignty and self-determination and working in partnership with tribal nations to bring new prosperity and security to Native peoples. Whereas Indigenous peoples' history in the United States is defined by strength, survival, and deep commitment to and pride in their heritage, right to self-governance, and ways of life. Native peoples have built and sustained powerful tribal nations. However, our nation's failed policies of the past subjected generations of Native peoples to cruelty, violence, and intimidation. The forced removal of Native peoples from their homes and ancestral homelands, attempts to assimilate entire generations, and stripping Indigenous peoples of their identities, cultures, and traditions are some of the darkest chapters of our nation's history. Whereas Indigenous peoples have persisted and survived, a testament to their resilience and resolve, today Native communities are leading the way forward and continuing to strengthen the fabric of the United States. And whereas we must know the good, bad, and truth of who we are as a nation, and we must acknowledge our history so that we can begin to remember and heal. Whereas during Native American Heritage Month, we honor the heritage and contributions of Native peoples, and we work tirelessly to build a future grounded in dignity, respect, and partnership. We remain committed to working with Native communities to write a new and better chapter in our history for tribal nations. And whereas the City of Vallejo encourages its residents to acknowledge and celebrate November as Native American Heritage Month to foster education, relationships, and cooperation with Native people, while also supporting social and economic opportunities for them within the city. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that I, Andrea Source, Mayor of the City of Vallejo, and the Vallejo City Council do hereby proclaim November as Native American Heritage Month in the City of Vallejo. In doing so, the city will recognize and observe Native American Heritage Month in November by encouraging its public institutions and organizations to publicly celebrate Native American Heritage Month, signed by myself and the entire City Council. So, and I want to invite our representatives. I had a chance to check in with some, but any representatives that identify as part of the Native American community or who have come today to be recognized, I'd like to ask you all to please stand and be recognized. And I want to personally thank everyone for your partnership, for your investment in Vallejo. We're very much looking forward to working with our Native community in all of the ways possible to ensure that our cultural heritage remains protected and that our city prospers and thrives together. So thank you all very much. All right. With that, we're going to move on to our first community forum, which we have signups in the back of the room, as well as at the kiosk, as well as online. Members of the public wishing to address the council on items not on our agenda this evening can sign up at the kiosk or by raising their hands. And I'll ask if we have any speakers in person. We can take the first 5 speakers at least.
Yes, we have 5 speakers.
Let's go ahead and take our in-person speakers then.
Okay, our first speaker is Daniel Boone.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members. A hypothetical. Next week, each of you holds a town hall to discuss fair taxation in Vallejo. You explain to your constituents that every taxpayer in Vallejo should pay their fair share of taxes. and that it has come to your attention that Mare Island taxpayers for the past 20 years have paid the same regular property taxes as the people in your district, but also paid an extra CFD tax for police and fire services. So, to be sure that everyone is paying their fair share, you tell your constituents that at the next council meeting, you will be introducing a resolution to create a new CFD district in your district so that your constituents can also start paying an extra tax for police and fire services. What do you think your constituents will say? Probably some variation of what every Mare Island taxpayer says every year in October when we receive our tax bill with thousands and thousands of dollars extra to pay from the county. We have been showing up here year after year telling you about this taxation unfairness and asking you to do something about it. And then the city attorney and a assistant city manager come along behind us and tell you, do nothing. We proved to you, the former council, and some of you were on council in May 2023, a PowerPoint presentation. We presented evidence that we have paid over $60 million in extra taxes for police and fire service that no other Vallejo taxpayer pays. And the city attorney and assistant city manager have never disputed that evidence, yet they tell you to do nothing. Is that why you ran for office? To sit up there and do nothing? When Vallejo residents come to you and bring this to your attention time and time again for years? If your constituents in your district were the only ones paying this extra tax, would you sit there and do nothing? RESPECT. Show some respect for the Vallejo residents on Mare Island and do something. I'm going to hand up a sheet to our city clerk, and at the next break, when it makes sense, I'm going to ask her to hand this out to you. This is something that you can do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jeff Herman.
I have some people coming up with me. And my wife too. Let's go. Let's go. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Jeff Herman. I've been coaching soccer for about 20 years. I am also a nursing school graduate with a bachelor's degree in business. But more importantly, I'm here tonight as someone who deeply cares about the youth of Vallejo. Over a year ago, I stood in this same room and I was encouraged to work with GVRD. And I tried, I really did. And while they're good people, the truth is they don't understand how to partner with youth sports. Their current system prioritizes adult leagues and even out-of-town renters instead of our own kids. These adult leagues often leave the fields in terrible condition, beer cans, broken bottles, even signs of public urination, and our kids are expected to play there the next day. There's no security, there's no accountability, there's no sense of safety or community, and we can't allow this to continue. Mayor, I'm asking you, please don't pass this to someone else. Our kids deserve better. Vallejo's youth soccer community is ready to take responsibility and create something truly positive here. We're not asking for handouts, we're asking for a chance. Lease a facility to our local youth soccer organizations, something we can maintain ourselves, we'll take care of all the cost, protect and build upon. Make the lease symbolic, $100 a year or less. But the impact will be priceless because what we'll build together isn't just a soccer field. It's a safe place for our kids to grow, dream, and belong. This is an opportunity to change the story in Vallejo, to invest in our children and give them something that will last for generations to come. Please help us make that happen. Again, I'm Jeff Herman with Vallejo United Soccer Club and Rise FC. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is David Marsteller Jr.
Ready? Good evening. I should have been standing up with them. I'm here in support of Coach Herman, and I've had a lot of hours working with him. We've gotten all the way down to Mare Island, designating property to actually build a facility, and so I'm here to support him. And I'd just like to read this real quick and then be on my way. I'm here tonight because Vallejo is squandering one of the greatest engines of community pride, economic growth, and youth development. That's competitive sports. Sports aren't just about trophies, they're about community. They're about pride. When our kids play together, when they compete, they form friendships that last for decades. The parents meet, they build networks, the families go to local restaurants after games, they fill the tables, they bring energy and life to our small businesses. That's how you create a real local economy, one rooted in the people, not just spending. When you have team parties at restaurants, that's not just about food and laughter, that's about foundation of a family-friendly city. It's where young couples look around and say, I want to raise my kids here. It's where businesses see their sponsorships actually shaping a better community. That's the Vallejo we could be building. But right now we're missing that. Vallejo used to produce champions on the field and in character. Now we're watching surrounding cities build competitive programs that attract our talent, our families, and our visitors. Every tournament that skips Vallejo is lost revenue for our restaurants, our hotels, and our local pride. We keep hearing about massive spending, 40 million here, 100 million to this, 80 million to that, on programs that don't generate community return. But imagine if even a fraction of that went into building strong competitive sports programs like soccer, basketball, baseball, flag football, and we have no girls softball team, by the way. And imagine the real tournaments that this brings, hundreds to thousands of families to our town. That's sustainable. That's an investment that pays for itself. Because when a 7-year-old grows up playing in the Vallejo colors for 10 years, that's not just a player. That's a lifelong fan of their city. That's someone who comes back, opens businesses, and raises their kids here. Sports is the heart of a tight-knit community. And right now, our heart isn't beating. Let's stop treating sports as like an afterthought. Let's invest in pride. Let's invest in our youth and in our community spirit. Again, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michael Thompson.
Mayor, City Council persons, Vallejo community. My name is Michael Thompson. I'm an attorney. I've been in practice in Vallejo for 40 years, product of Vallejo Schools, graduate of UCLA JD MBA program, and a recent assistant coach to Vallejo United Soccer Club. I have the privilege and the honor of serving as the assistant soccer coach for 19 talented, uniquely gifted youth from Vallejo. When I came up, there were PAL leagues. I was able to play basketball on the weekends. And it was because of those positive experiences that I had that set the pathway for me to go to law school and become a prominent citizen in Vallejo. I'm here to support Jeff Herman and the phenomenal work that he's doing with the youth in the city of Vallejo. I meet with these kids Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 5:30 to 7 without fail, because I believe in the youth. I believe that all of you up there at some point, you had some role model, some person. It could be a teacher, it could have been a sports figure, it could have been a coach that sowed into your life, that made the pathway for you to be sitting where you are now. I encourage you to take this opportunity to help Jeff and his wife, Alethea. We're trying to build a viable soccer program that will pay dividends from years to come. I ask you to assist us in our effort to help Martine, who's a dynamite goalkeeper. I mean, we're right now, we're 7-0. We won the last 7 games. All right? And I'm excited to tell you that we're headed to the California State Cup as representatives of Vallejo for these dynamic youth. So the limited time that I have before you, I just ask you to help Jeff Herman, help Vallejo United, help Martine, help Mateo, and the 17 other soccer players that's on Vallejo United live their dreams, grow, develop, and reach their potential that only you could provide to them by providing them an opportunity to grow in the soccer program. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you and congratulations. Our final speaker is Patricia Franklin.
Hello, my name is Sean Davis. I'm chairman of the Scotts Valley Band Pomo Indians. Staff, Madam Mayor, Honorable Council, we just want to come here and express our gratitude for acknowledging what you guys did, the proclamation tonight. And I brought my cousin Patricia and Krista just to say a couple words.
Thank you, Vallejo City Council members and Mayor, for acknowledging Native American Heritage Month. This acknowledgement means a great deal, not only to me personally, but to the many Native people whose history, culture, and continued presence are a part of this community. Our heritage is not just history, it's living, it's vibrant, and deeply connected to the land. I appreciate the city's effort to honor that and hope we continue to build understanding and partnerships with you. Thank you for your respect and recognition. We really appreciate it.
Hello, good evening. My name is Krista Ray. I'm Tribal Council Secretary and very, very honored to be recognized for our first time in Vallejo for Native American Heritage Month. Thank you.
Again, thank you. And the youth of Vallejo are really, really got it going on. It's so inspirational. I'm like, wow, okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. All right, those are our in-person speakers. That is our 5, so anyone still wishing to address the council, even in person, if you didn't address us already, and then those online, you'll have an opportunity at the second community forum closer to the end of the meeting. With that, we're going to move on to item 7, which is our consent calendar, and we'll go ahead and open up our public comment period for anyone wishing to address council on items on our consent calendar this evening. Do we have any speakers at this time? All right, none online either, or one online?
Yeah, through the mayor, we do have one speaker on consent online.
Let's call them. Were they up for community forum, or you think it's for they came up for consent? All right, let's go ahead and call them.
David H., please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Hey, Mayor, how's it going? And Council, of course. I'd like to talk about...
Give us 1 second, Mr. Haldane. The volume's pretty low.
Oh, sorry. I can try to get a little closer here.
Is it on our end or in his?
Try again.
Are we better? Hello? We okay?
It's really faint in this room. The volume.
Oh, sorry.
There we go. We've got you. We'll reset your time as well. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to talk about items D, items G, and items H, please. Should I speak to them directly now, I guess?
Yes, please.
Cool. So for items, C, I'd like to make sure that we have a complete understanding of the work that we're doing and we're not signing up for another incomplete job. We've had a lot of misses in terms of PCB remediation on Mare Island, and I don't think that we want to start something that we're not going to finish here. On item D, I see that we're putting $750,000 into additional architectural services for the police station design. This sounds a lot like the Broadway project's problem starting again, and I'm wondering what processes and checks we're putting in place to make sure that we're not getting into that situation where we're spending money after money on design work. And I think we've already spent more than $1 million on that. And then on item G for Highway 37, Caltrans remediation, I'd like to make sure that we include the White Slough in that assessment, because if we clean up the area around it and White Slough is still putting biological and chemical pollution into the water, we're not really remediating the habitat, we're just poisoning a whole bunch more wildlife. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Was there anything, did you have anything on item H? If you did, raise your hand again and we'll get you back for that last minute.
Sorry,
we have
no, item H is fine. Sorry.
Okay, so it was C, D, and H. Okay, thank you. C, D, and G. Sorry, C, D, and G. All right, any other speakers? All right. Would anyone on council like to pull any items from consent? Seeing none, I am going to pull item D, and we'll make that 8.1. And seeing nothing else, we will, do we have a motion?
Yes, I move that we approve the consent calendar and the agenda, moving consent item 8D and having that become 8.1.
Did we get everybody's vote?
No, missing
We're
one.
missing.
There we go.
All right.
Carried unanimously.
Thank you very much. That is going to bring us to the new item 8.1, which was previously item D. This is the Monsanto funding for the police headquarters. And I have one quick question, and then we can move to a vote. I noticed that this is step 1 of 2, and I thought we had voted on this before. When we voted on it before, was that not the start of the budget process? So this is just the follow-up on that
That
of
was
step
just
1.
direction on how to fund to bring this back to
I
the
see.
city
Okay.
council.
Understood. Okay, and I voted I voted no on that one, and I pulled this so I could vote no on it, and I'll ask for a motion.
I move that we notice of the intent to amend the fiscal year 2025-2026 budget to allocate $746,200 of the Monsanto settlement funds to the police department headquarters project, step 1 of 2.
Missing one vote. There we go. Motion carries with Mayor Source opposed.
All right, thank you all. That's going to bring us to our action calendar, and I'll ask the city clerk to go ahead and announce item at 9A.
This item is adopt a resolution approving the issuance of the California Municipal Finance Authority qualified 501c3 bonds in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $80 million for the purpose of financing or refinancing the acquisition, rehabilitation, improvement, and equipping of Bay Village apartments and certain other matters relating thereto.
All right, thank you very much. And we have it looks like we have our housing director here with a presentation and assistant city manager. And I'll go ahead and we'll open up the public comment period for those wishing to address the council on this item, and then we'll take public comment after the presentation.
Good evening, Alicia Jones, Housing Director for the Housing Community Development Department, and we have Assistant City Manager Gillian Hain. Today I have a short presentation regarding the TEFRA hearing that was held on October 28th, and also I wanted to introduce the developer and the actual finance advisor for California Municipal Finance Authority to speak on this item as it relates to the project itself. Next slide. The public hearing, the public hearing under the Tax and Equity Fiscal Responsibility Act, also known as TEFRA, in connection with the proposed issuance of revenue bonds for the California Municipal Authority, a joint exercise of power of authority and public entity of the state of California, concluded on October 28th by the Vallejo City Council. The purpose of the bonds is to assist local governments and nonprofit organizations and businesses with the issuance of taxable bonds and tax-exempt bonds. The TEFRA hearing provides an opportunity for the public to comment on the issuance of the bonds by CMFA, and the hearing is typically held in the jurisdiction that the project is located. Next slide. I'll give a little overview about the project, and the developer can expand on and answer additional questions. The project, also known as Bay Village Apartments, is currently listed as market rate units, and the purpose of the bonds is to convert the project into a mix of affordable housing and market rate units. Our nonprofit developer for this particular project is Step Up Housing, and we have Michael Potter, who is the board of Step Up Housing, and from CMFA, Travis Cooper, who's the finance advisor for CMFA. Next slide. The purpose is Step Up Housing asked for the CMFA to issue a tax-exempt bond in the amount not to exceed $80 million. The proceeds of the bonds will be used to finance or refinance the acquisition and rehabilitation or improvement and equiping of the rental housing project located at 1107 Porter Street in Vallejo, California, also known as Bay Village Apartments. This action is council's consideration of the approval of the issuance of the bonds by another public agency for a project to be constructed within the city of Vallejo, and not an issuance of bonds by the city. The city has no financial obligations for these bonds. In addition to that, any questions regarding the city's liability, we have our assistant city attorney, Randy Reiser, that can speak to that if questions are asked. Next slide. It is the recommendation of staff for the City Council to adopt a resolution approving the issuance of the bonds by CMFA and to benefit the borrower, such as adoption solely for the purpose of satisfying the requirements of the TEFRA. Next slide. That concludes my presentation, and I have Mr. Mike Potter from Step Up Housing and Travis Cooper, who's available to speak on the project itself.
Okay. Thank you both. And you can raise the podium up on your lower right. There's a little toggle switch.
Oh, right here. This side. Thank you. Okay. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Travis Cooper. I'm with the California Municipal Finance Authority. We're the issuer of the bonds for this project. And just to give you a little background on the CMFA, or the California Municipal Finance Authority, we're a joint powers authority that was formed to help public agencies, nonprofits, and private businesses issue tax-exempt and taxable debt throughout California for public benefits projects. We're made up of over 350 members, cities, counties, special districts. And this is how affordable housing is financed, through tax-exempt debt. Whenever tax-exempt bonds are issued, there needs to be a TEFRA hearing where the project is located. As has already been discussed, there's no financial obligation for the city. This is a private loan between the borrower and their bank. But because the bonds are tax-exempt, there needs to be a TEFRA hearing held. So happy to help answer any questions. And I'll introduce Mike Potter, who's with the developer, that can talk about the project.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Mike Potter. I'm the chair of Step Up Housing. We are a California nonprofit public benefit corporation. We were formed in 2021 for the sole purpose of creating and preserving affordable housing. We currently have 758 units of affordable housing, including a couple projects relatively close by, 240 units over in Richmond, California, and another project in Pinole. We were fortunate enough to put under contract Bay Village Apartments, which is 260 units in South Vallejo. And what we're trying to do here is we're using tax-exempt bonds to acquire the project, do some renovations, but convert the majority of the project to affordable housing. 260 units, we're going to have 20% of the project, that's 52 units, will be reserved for tenants making 50% or less of the area median income, and we'll have corresponding rent restrictions for those units as well. That's 52 units. We'll have 143 units, which is 55% of the project, are going to be reserved for tenants making 80% of the area median income, again with corresponding rent restrictions. All the rent restrictions and with respect to the apartments are determined by HUD, both initially and on a annual basis. The reason we're able to do this is because we're using tax-exempt bonds, lowers our cost of capital, and then we can provide that benefit to the residents of the community. To make it a little more understandable what the impact is going to be, I'm just going to tell you that 80 units at the project during the first 12 months will be able to reduce the rent for 80 of those units by 18.6% average. So there is a tangible benefit. And again, we're just using a federal program for which it was intended to bring this and help create and preserve safe and affordable housing for the community. So, thank you.
Thank you both very much. And I want to apologize. We recognized Native American Heritage Month earlier, and we had a tribe that wasn't here for part of the recognition that I stepped away for a second. I do apologize. I want to thank you for being here. And I'll go ahead and we'll see if we have public comment on this item. And then
yes, we have one speaker.
we were just trying to figure out what that noise was. Let's go ahead and call our in-person speaker.
It's Jose Carizales.
You guys are tall. Wish I was that tall. I'm going to be a better basketball player against my 5 brothers. Jose Carizales, thank you for the opportunity tonight. Housing, always remember that housing with wraparound supports will end homelessness. Although this project doesn't specifically identify my homeless, my unsheltered friends, it fills the gap in some way. As staff has reported, the city will have no, or as is written in the resolution, the city will have no responsibility or liability whatsoever with respect to the bonds and is not a party to the bond transaction other than approving this resolution. This is a win-win situation for the city of Vallejo. You have the opportunity for organizations to build housing that fills a need, that fills a gap without financial responsibility of the city of Vallejo. Section 4 says the adoption of this resolution shall not obligate the city or any department thereof to, and then there's 4 guidelines or 4 reasons why. That's another great reason. The last great reason, the staff report, there is no exposure to the city for any kind of financial damage, and as a member of CMFA, the city will receive approximately 25% of the bond fees paid to CMFA by the borrower. This process is called fee sharing. I think that's a great, finally we're getting money. As opposed to giving away money, we're getting 25%, and I don't know, I can barely count 2 plus 2, so I don't know what 25% of this contract. And the best part for me is an early Christmas present. None of Mr. Murray's staff will be involved. Their hands will not be involved in this project. I don't have to discuss Broadway project. We all know. We all know when staff was in front of Measure P committee, literally begging for money to help complete the Broadway project. This project takes them away, takes Mr. Murray's personnel and staff, who Mr. Murray admitted that they will never be involved in another PSH project again. So I'm happy. That's an early Christmas present for me. I humbly ask this city council to approve this project, sign their portion so that this organization can continue to build this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that it for in person? And do we have any speakers online on the item?
Not at this time.
All right, we don't have any. We'll turn over to council questions and comments, and I'll start with Councilmember Gordon and then Councilmember Letashew.
Thank you so much. I'd like to know if I can please give you my card because this is my district. Thank you. I have a lot of questions to ask, so I just entertain you then.
I thought you said you had a lot of questions. I misunderstood.
For him.
I was having a drink of water. Okay.
Thank you.
Fair enough. All right, Councilmember Letashew.
Hi. So I'd like to ask some questions, and I fully understand why we need to do TEFRA. I understand the role of CFMA, and I just would like to reiterate for the community that based on the processes that occur through this transaction, the city will not have any responsibility. However, as I asked last week of our city attorney's office, I'd like to know what indemnification clauses will exist in the documents.
Go.
However you want to do it.
You can.
I just want the answer. Okay, no problem.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So essentially, the CMFA is, or actually it's the borrower that's proposing to provide a complete indemnification for the city, a copy of which I did provide to Council in an earlier email. That is the actual indemnification that they're proposing.
And that's fine. I just want you to talk about it on the record
Sure.
at a very high level.
Of course.
Thank you.
It essentially indemnifies the city from any problem whatsoever that could occur with the bonds. If there's some reason that someone thinks you're liable, they'll step in and defend the city in the event that that happens. That's the point of the indemnification.
Okay, thank you. And so then, to step up housing.
Come on up.
So I would imagine there's residents currently living in this property today.
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
I said, I imagine there are residents who live in this property today, correct? And so as you assume this property and we have current residents there, we're making it affordable housing, how are we handling our current residents?
No residents will be displaced. Natural turnover, we should be able to hit the requirements that we're going to be obligated to. So really what you're going to see is with the existing residents, if they would fill out the form stating and just stating their income, then we'll be able to qualify the tenants, and that way we can, for the ones who do qualify, we can lower their rent. Other than that, as tenants move out, we just replace we fill the vacant unit with somebody who meets the income requirements and set the rent accordingly.
So those who don't meet those rent requirements that are currently living there today, what happens to their rent?
Nothing.
Okay.
So.
Got
Okay, 25% of the project will still be market rate, yes.
I understand. I'm just, again, edification also for community to understand what's happening when we have these types of transactions occurring. And we're changing the structure as it relates to the cost of living within those structures. What does it mean for existing residents, right? And as you said, no one will be replaced, which is very important. And those who potentially qualify for lower rents, that is a commitment to do so. And so, okay. And so then the other question that I have for Step Up is I looked at your financial records, and just at, at a high level, not going into the project level, but just at your high level financial statements, your steady, your solvent, so forth and on. And I also looked at 3 years of your audits. And some of the things that come up are around internal controls. And while there's no findings against your programs as it relates to meeting federal requirements and so forth and on for the funds that you get, how are you intending to deal with those internal controls that have been mentioned over the last 3 years? How are you going to improve those? Because you've continued to say in your response to the auditors that you're hiring financial staff and so forth and on, but what real progress have you made? And I ask those questions because it is important as it relates to your financial stability. And while it is true that theoretically, yes, we're not responsible for the bonds and so forth and on, but we also still want to understand how our partners in our city are responsible, how they're moving along financially and remain stable in our communities. Because as you come in and you're doing these conversions and we're having more affordable housing, we still are responsible, morally responsible for our residents when things occur. So that's really important to speak to.
Okay.
Thank you.
So couple things with respect to what we do. Besides,
If you don't mind, can you move closer to the mic?
Okay, sorry.
Thank you.
And you can raise up, yep, exactly.
Okay. A few things that we do besides the too many attorneys and accountants that we're working on all of our projects.
Understood.
We have spent the last 3 years really just solidifying our relationships with our financial backers. That's really what's driving this. It's the people who buy the bonds. And so you have large municipal funds who understand, if we've educated them, why their investment in the bonds is going to be a safe investment. And they have a lot of respect for us and for our partners in operations. So that's really the key. And these are household names with respect to larger municipal funds. This is why, besides the issuance of bonds, we've already sold all of our bonds. We go into projects knowing that they're sold and we will be able to close on time. The other thing that we've done is, as a relatively small corporation, what we do is we partner with experts in the real estate field. We partner with a company called SAC Capital Partners that's very experienced with respect to operations, both in affordable units and market rate units, managing over 4,000 units of residential housing. And that they have an in-person company, an inner company of 60 individuals just doing property management. So by surrounding ourselves with experts in both the accounting field on a legal basis, our ties with CMFA with respect to financing the projects, and then also SAC in connection with the operations, that's how we're able to provide safe and affordable housing.
So for this project, I did go on the CFMA website and I was just looking to see what paperwork has been actually published. And I'm just wondering where your pro formas will be actually posted. Will they be on the CFMA website or not? I'm just curious to see them.
We don't typically publish the pro forma, but we can provide them.
Okay, I'd like for you to provide your pro formas to us, and I'd like to really, I'd like to see them. I just want to see how you're estimating and calculating how this project will pencil out.
Okay.
Just
Perfect.
curious.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
I'm done.
Great. Councilmember Gordon.
I just have a quick question. I don't know if you remember, Gillian, a while back, if you were here, this apartment complex had received notices that they had to mostly leave the property and gentrify out the community, and we stepped in. I don't know if it's with our current or not, but HUD stepped in and they helped create their own HUD program on the property itself. And what I just want to make sure is that we're not doing something nice right now and then worry about our people later. So that's why I was going to ask through the city manager if you can sit us down and help me understand that, because these people are still my constituents, and I don't want to get calls later and be worried that they will be moved out, if that makes sense. Because I hear you say things now, but I saw something happen a while back in a different city, not here, and I just want to make sure our people are protected 100%. So if you could just sit me down and explain everything to me, I would appreciate it. City manager.
Do you want me to? Through the mayor, sure. This specific TEFRA tax bond program has a 40-year affordability clause. So it will be tied to the property for 40 years to maintain the affordability levels that were described.
That's music to my ears. Thank you.
Councilmember Matias.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, since you're up there, I guess I'll start with the questions I have for you. It's Mr. Potter, sorry about that.
Like Harry Potter.
Harry Potter, got it. Reboot coming soon, actually. Anywho, can you speak to your labor standards as a developer? Labor standards as a developer.
You know, it's just to make a correction, we don't consider ourselves developers. Maybe that has a bad term because that's with respect to building. We're actually owners of multifamily projects. But with respect to the construction standards, I brought one of our partners from SAC Capital Partners to talk about what we're going to do with the project. Just to note, we've got $10 million in reserves for this property. Of that, $5.8 million will be invested back into the project, both in common area improvements. There's a lot of eucalyptus trees on the property that have to be taken out, and then dry rot, painting some of the roofs and such. So we're not building anything new, but we are doing a lot of maintenance care.
So let me be a little bit more clear.
Okay, sorry.
When it comes to those improvements that you're making to the property, who are you hiring? Where are you hiring from? You've got projects in different jurisdictions. Yeah. So what I'm trying to get at specifically is who are you going to be hiring to do that work? Very plain.
Okay. With respect to the actual decision of who the actual person is to do the work, I'm going to have to pass that off to SAC Capital Partners, my partner up here, because they're going to run the day-to-day operations at the project. Sorry, this is Dave Feinberg.
Good evening, everyone. David Feinberg with SAC Capital Partners. In response to your question, we do capital improvements all over the Bay Area. We utilize fair practice. We do open bidding. We use certified contractors. We have an in-house capital improvements team that vets, does background checks, and verifies that the contractors are stable and fair and open practice.
And can you make any commitments to hiring local to do this work this evening?
I'm going to have to defer and look into our capital improvements team. We're open to working with local people. The amount of money that is set aside here is going to be spread out over 10 years. So there's not a lot of immediate large projects other than, as Mr. Potter suggested, the removing of some eucalyptus trees. But that's certainly something we'd be open to.
Okay, that's point one, and then. Point two has to do with CMFA. I have a quick question for you. Thank you. What is the level of vetting, and this is for my own edification, and I guess by extension for the public's, what's the level of vetting that your agency does of nonprofit organizations when it comes to, bonding and whatnot, because we're not doing that vetting as a city, and so sure. I'm just trying to get a better understanding of what the process looks like for you.
Yeah, we require financials. We look at 3 years worth of financials when we get an application. We, especially when it's somebody new that we haven't worked with before. We look at their prior track record, but mainly it's financials and then speaking with them directly and seeing what their history is, what their past development is. We ask them to list, along with their application, all their past development. So we'll look at their past work and what they've done in the past. And that's pretty much how it's done. And we'll have a conference call, we'll talk to the attorneys that we work with. There's a handful of attorneys that do these kinds of bonds, that act as bond counsel, and we'll ask for recommendations from them and kind of do our background check that way.
Okay, and so just to make sure I'm not leaving anything out to assumptions, to follow up on my colleague's point, Councilmember Lettigiu, and the concerns that she raised around some of the findings in her research, can you confirm to us that as part of your vetting, you feel like those issues have been addressed?
Definitely, yeah, for sure. We turn down projects. I mean, just so you're clear, we don't just do every project that comes our way. We do the vetting and we turn down projects that come our way if we don't feel like it's a good project from a good developer, and that's part of the process.
Okay. And then my final question is, obviously you do affordable housing projects, but you also use this financing structure for other purposes. And so I just also want to confirm, to the extent that this tool is being used for this project, it would not preclude the city of Vallejo from being able to use this tool for other projects down the line.
Oh, correct. Yeah, we could, if you have more projects in Vallejo, we can, continue to. We've done a number of projects already in Vallejo, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. And then my final question to our housing team has to do with RENA. So RENA, this conversion would not count towards those numbers because it's for new construction, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then when it comes to actual compliance, that they're actually making all these improvements on the property, like what would be the reporting mechanism for that to take place? Is there any reporting mechanism at all? Can we make that a requirement into our housing? Is that commission? I mean, we are approving a resolution this evening, so.
I think that happens through the state, correct? Yeah.
I don't know that this answers your question completely, but CMFA does do annual compliance work for all the bonds that we issue. So we do have forms that are part of the regulatory agreement that the developers, the borrower has to fill out, and we collect it and we talk with them every single year. It's annual compliance. It's a requirement. So just,
Do you share that with cities who are signing?
We can, yeah. I mean,
Okay.
I
would like a
public,
copy of that.
yeah.
All right, that's all. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, I'll go next, and I actually want to back up, and I think most of my questions are going to be for staff, but we can always bring others in. I would like a little more of the history of kind of how something like this comes to be and how it comes to the city, from my perspective, and I don't know about the council members that were here previously or our housing commissioner. I don't know if there were discussions at the city about this prior to it coming, but to see an $80 million bond for a conversion of market rate housing into affordable feels like a really big deal. And then to look at the staff report, there's not a ton of kind of backstory. So I wanted to ask, first of all, how this comes to the city and how Step Up Housing gets connected. Is it that the property was for sale and they are acquiring it? And then, was there an issue with the property as is, that the owner needed, the units needed refurbishing, or sort of how did this come to be and how did it arrive at city staff's mailbox, let's say inbox?
Through the chair.
Cool, go ahead, yeah.
So how this particular project came to be, as far as the status of the project and its condition, if there were issues with the property, we don't know that information. I would have to defer to the property owner or the borrower. But typically, when TEFRA comes, it's because the owners are requesting from CMFA bonds. And wherever those projects are located, to get to have those bonds issued, you have to have a TEFRA hearing. So that TEFRA hearing is only because that property is here. I don't have the background on
Right.
the
That's okay. Thank you.
project, so I think I can defer to them.
So on the city side, and then I will ask you to give us that backstory. On the city side, what we get,
Yes.
if I'm understanding correctly, is a property owner wants to do a conversion and bond out, and we get notified that we need to have a TEFRA hearing?
Yes.
And that's been the city's engagement on this?
Yes.
Okay. So then to step up, are you all acquiring the property? Is the property staying with the current owner? Was it for sale? Could you provide a little bit of sort of the backstory from your end?
The property right now is owned by a very large real estate company out of Chicago. They own tens of thousands of units across the U.S., and they put up the property for sale. There was different potential buyers would submit bids, and then the seller accepts one bid. The difficult thing with respect to real estate is when a project goes like that, the typical time frame is you put in your bid, you have a 30-day due diligence period and a 30-day close. And that's all run by the seller, which is, they're in business to make money. They're a for-profit owner of real estate. So what we're doing is we're acquiring the property. We were the winning bid. And instead of going to our local bank and getting a loan to buy the property, we're financing it through the issuance of tax-exempt bonds. And again, because our cost of capital is a lot less, without that, we wouldn't be able to put the restrictions on the property and charge less.
When they listed it for sale, was there any desire to do conversion? Was there any requirement that it be affordable or mixed use, or was it just you went into an open bid as an affordable?
It's open bid. Whoever wants to bid for it can bid for it.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. And that, I'm assuming, it has happened relatively recently, given the time frame that you just described.
Yes.
Okay. So then, I think going back to staff, thank you very much.
Okay.
I would love a little more on the sort of implication from a city level of converting market rate housing to affordable. I've always had the position that we just need more housing of all types all over the city. And I would be interested in how this fits in to our housing element and our overall strategy. It's right in South Vallejo. There's already a pretty high concentration of low income in South Vallejo. Have staff done analysis of what the implications are for this particular property converting from market rate to affordable?
No, we have not. As it relates to the housing element, to Councilmember Matias's point, our RENA numbers and our housing element requirements are for new construction,
right, not
existing, but we have not had the time or put in analysis to what this conversion impact would be.
Okay. Councilmember Lettis, you already asked about the market rate tenants. Thank you for that answer. How is the 25-75 breakdown determined for 75% affordable?
Yeah, again, I mentioned that the issuance of tax-exempt bonds is a federal program. It's issued under Internal Revenue Code 147, and they issue a safe harbor with respect to affordable housing, how they can use the bonds, and what they have to maintain. So if you're going to use tax-exempt bonds to run affordable housing, you have to have 75% of the project is got to be affordable. 20 at, and
Okay.
It goes down 20% at 50% AMI and 55% at 80% AMI, equaling 75% of the project, which actually provides a good mix too, because you don't want to have, typically in a project this size, you'd like to have the different AMI tenants. I mean, that's the whole point, is not to just isolate 50% AMI tenants in one project.
And that gets to, thank you, that gets to the question I was kind of asking, which is, in the staff report, it had mentioned that the most recent TEFRA hearing, and I recognize very clearly that a lot of this is out of our control. But I'm just trying to understand for transparency and just to understand the implications of this. The most recent TEFRA hearing that we had that was cited in the staff report was on this same street. It was also on Porter Street. So we are definitely in a position where we're potentially concentrating some low-income housing in South Vallejo. And what I look at this property, I see it close to Sperry Mill. I know Cal Poly Maritime is looking for student housing. I would hope that we would think very deliberately and thoughtfully and intentionally about how to ensure that there remains a mix in South Vallejo. I think losing market rate housing in South Vallejo that was a flag for me of, well, if we're going to lose market rate housing in South Vallejo, we need to add some market rate housing in South Vallejo, and we need to do that soon because we need to make sure we have that mix down there. And I'm recognizing that we're on a tight time frame. I'm not necessarily even opposed to this. I wish we had a little more information, and I recognize that the process itself doesn't necessarily, it's not conducive to that. We're operating, we're kind of in a position where we're operating with limited information, but those are my hesitations. And the other piece, the liability piece, I understand the city's not on the hook for the bonds. There are obviously, we have a vested interest in the success of an affordable housing provider that is going to acquire a property and take out bonds. We would want to make sure that you pay this back, that it does right by the residents. And I did, when I was doing a little bit of my due diligence, notice that Step Up had participated in some home key projects recently that had issues with the developer, and there was some litigation related.
That wasn't us.
That was not you. That's a
No.
different Step Up.
No, we're Step Up
Thank
Housing.
you for clarifying that.
Yeah, we've never had a default, never had any issues, no problems at all. This is why we have the backing of people buying our bonds, because of the stability and our knowledge with respect to operating affordable housing.
That is really, thank you for clarifying that. I'll say I know that those situations are very complicated. We're well aware of complications with developers and providers and cities, but thank you for clarifying that. That answers that concern. So the vetting that was done then by the CMFA is sort of that's standard then for determining the ability of the organization to pay.
We've done a number of
going
projects
forward.
with
Yeah,
CMFA.
that's the bet. Okay. I think that's all the questions I have for now. I really appreciate you coming here. I understand now why this is on such a tight time frame. I understand the limited information. I'm uncomfortable not having that analysis, and so my request would be of staff and of us as a team that we really do that analysis in South Vallejo and look at that concentration and look at our housing element and look at our plans for new construction and see if this shift of the balance means we need to adjust what we would potentially be bringing into that area. So again, the only, my hesitation is just that lack of information. That's just sort of me thinking about the city more broadly. But I appreciate you. I appreciate that clarification. I'll turn it back over to Councilmember Letajou.
Thanks. So just real quickly, I think it was, you said you had $10 million in reserves. And you said right now you're just going to remove trees, correct?
No, I said that's
Okay.
one of the things that had to be done. There's a number of dry rot on a number of the buildings. We got 41 buildings out there. Roofs
I
have to
heard
be
you say
repaired.
that. I
Yeah,
apologize. It's just that your colleague, the vagueness, I think, in the response about what could be the partnership. So there's a host of work that I imagine is going to happen on your site. And I'm going to stress again what my colleague said, and I get that you're a well-run, oiled machine, and I'm happy to hear that, and I've done a lot of research. And I'm happy to hear that you've never defaulted on a bond, so forth and on. However, as my colleague stated, is how, as you are doing your work, you're working through your company to consider how you can do local hire. It doesn't have to be a project that's happening for a full year because you're not doing construction work, but you're going to be doing quite a bit of important work to make sure that the facility is in good shape, good repair, and the continued well maintenance of it. So again, what I would like to stress is really seeking to determine how you can not just own a building in our community and provide, which is really great, a mixed income development, but how there's opportunities for employment in this community and how you are a part of the fabric of our community as well.
We would be open to that.
So I would really like for you to consider it, and I'm not expecting you to give me a deep answer because I know as a corporation there are a lot of things that you must do, but I would like to make sure that you are vested in our community. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Councilmember Gordon.
Yes, I'm not sure if anyone's aware, but acreage is there, and I think they are above market rate or at market rate, right? So we, as the residents in that area, appreciate this project because one of the concerns that, and we also have Bay Area too, the Bay Village, they are too not at below market rate. So we, as the residents who live in that area, appreciate this project because we've been always concerned that we'd be gentrified out. And so I'm happy that this relationship is here. Where I live is mixed income rate, although they are bringing in 40% low-income community residents, so we appreciate that. Are you offering tax break apartments as well? The tax program?
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Can you clarify for me, Mrs.?
Tax credit units?
Yes.
Credit unit.
Are you?
Tax credit.
Since it's not a ground-up development, we don't have tax credits associated with this project.
Thank you for clarifying. So we as a community is excited that you are not going to be above market rate or even at rate because income is really stressed in that community. So I want to thank you so much. I apologize for saying that wrong, but thank you so much.
Perfect.
All right, I'm not seeing any other comments from council. Thank you very much. I'll say I will be very honest. When I saw this staff report and this item, I was not comfortable with it, but with the information tonight, I appreciate all these clarifications, and I would just reiterate my desire to do an analysis of how we can make sure that we have the right balance in South Vallejo once, Councilmember Gordon mentioned that now that we're converting one, making sure that the balance fits the long-term goals for that area, and that we're engaging residents, frankly, as well in South Vallejo of how what kind of balance they want to see over there. So with that, do we have a motion on this item?
Yes, I just wanted clarification from Councilmember
Go ahead.
Matias. Did you have request items as part of your motion that you want to included in the motion?
So the gentleman from CMFA said that he was going to share those annual compliance reports with us. So I would like to include that.
And are those shared online, or do you have to send them? Okay.
And then on the...
So that's the annual, what is it called, the annual?
Sure.
And just to be clear, it'll happen, we begin collecting after construction's complete, so it'll be a year after construction annually. We're happy to share them with you. It's not posted online, but we can provide them to you.
Okay.
And then on the, I guess the only question I have is on the hiring, on the local hiring provisions, which I know I've asked you about, City Attorney Nebb, in commission meetings in the past. Is that something we can include in this motion?
I think it's something that the, I'm going to call them buyer rather than developer because they're buying a property that is already built, but the buyer can certainly, voluntarily commit to. But in the context of a TEFRA hearing, no, I don't believe you can add that as a condition.
We've gotten some commitments from you. Yes. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
I'm going to give you our commitment that local employers will be considered in the bid process. Absolutely.
Okay.
So I will move that we adopt a resolution approving the issuance of the California Municipal Finance Authority qualified 501c3 bonds in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $80 million for the purpose of financing or refinancing the acquisition, rehabilitation, improvement, and equipment of Bay Village Apartments and certain other matters relating thereto. The council has requested per formas, the annual compliance report, and a commitment for local hires as much as possible.
Missing a vote. Here we go. Motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you. And I just remembered one comment I was going to make. One of the things that I noticed when I was looking into this was that the bond is for 80 million, but the project is 90 million, and you said you had 10 million of reserves for the project. Is that that's the difference? You said the bond's capped at 80 million. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for indulging. All right. Thank you all so much. All right. We'll give everyone a minute to wrap up, and then we will move to our next item. I'll ask our city clerk to announce item 9B, please.
Consider and make a finding to continue the state of local emergency relating to public safety staffing.
All right, and we'll go ahead and open up public comment on this item for anyone in person or online wishing to address the council on this item. And we have our police chief here. Do we have a presentation? I believe we do. And take your time getting settled in.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. Jason Taw, Vallejo Chief of Police tonight. I'll provide you an update on the public safety staffing emergency. So the last presentation was back in September 9th. I'm going to go through, many of these slides are redundant, and so I just want to hit some of the changes that had happened between the last reporting cycle. So this is just an overall 25-year picture of staffing. You can see in 2024, we ended with about 76 sworn officers, and currently we have 80, so we're upward trending. Next slide. These are the 4 staffing models that we originally introduced back in 2023 when we entered into the emergency staffing condition. We are currently in phase 2, so we're using staff that are not assigned to patrol to fill vacant patrol shifts. Next slide. So as of July of this year, this is kind of an update. You'll see the updates in red. So we, in September 20th, we assigned 2 traffic officers, a second traffic officer back to the traffic unit. Recently, with a promotion, we just assigned another lieutenant back there. So we currently have a lieutenant, a sergeant, and 2 officers. We still are not staffing our federal task force officer, but on the next slide, I'll give you a projection of when we think that will occur. September 20th, we staffed the problem-oriented policing team, the POP team. So that consists of 1 sergeant, 1 corporal, and 2 officers. And then we are still attempting to increase our police assistant and other community other civilian employees to cover some of the gaps, based on our sworn staffing vacancies. So we're going to come back at mid-year and ask for consideration for a crime analyst so that we can improve our reporting and analytical capacities, particularly for the Public Safety Board, and then another CSI so we can use a secondary redundant civilian to be a crime scene specialist. And then lastly, just the update with our police assistant. I just wanted to give you guys kind of a verbal update on where we are with Deb Bernstein. She's devoted 100% to towed vehicles. So in the last month, she towed 33 vehicles for the month of September, and she cleared 442. So that's off of the master list of pending vehicles. So she ended the month with about 2,500 vehicles still in the queue. In August, which is the month before, she towed 20 vehicles, cleared 260 vehicles off that list, and ended August with about 2,600 vehicles in the queue. So I just want to remind council that we do have capacity limits when we tow vehicles, so we just cannot unlimitlessly tow vehicles unless we have storage capacity. In January of this coming year, we're hoping to stand up a volunteer program. So the hope is that the volunteers can do some work related to this project. We're still kind of fine-tuning what the scope of their work will be. And then recently, with the expansion of traffic, we've got 2 campaigns coming up to do abandoned vehicle sweeps. So I'd mentioned the previous report out that we were also going to start tagging some of the vehicles. So some vehicles that we know we don't have the capacity because of storage to tow, if they are, let's say, expired reg over 6 months, or if they have other vehicle code violations, we will also provide a ticket to encourage that owner to move the vehicle. Next slide. I'm going to apologize. If you look real carefully, there's some font errors on the bubbles at the top. So I just want to go over just kind of 3 main areas, starting with the orange table, which is labeled July 2025. So back in July of 2025, we had about 46 officers assigned to patrol. We were able to backfill 1 detective, form the POP team, and then put 1 other officer in traffic that I had mentioned previously. The yellow bars indicate where we believe we'll be in July of 2026. So we believe we're going to be at about 50 officers in patrol. And just mind you, in 2026 of next summer, we should have sheriff assistance as well. So just keep that in the back of your mind. But in the summertime, we're hoping to add that task force officer back to the FBI task force. We're hoping to add 1 more detective and 1 more officer to the POP team. And then lastly on this slide, just the green bars indicate July of 2027. So in 2027, we anticipate to have about, sorry, my glasses are not working well, 54 officers in patrol. And at that time, in 27, we anticipate to put another officer in traffic, 3 more officers in some sort of capacity for school resource, and then repopulate our Squad 6, which is a swing shift team that we had to eliminate when we had the flattened staffing. All right, next slide. This is just a visual of our current staffing. We are at, it actually should be 80 instead of 81 in that chart. But in 2026, we believe we're going to be right around 93, 2027, 105, and 2028, 117. We are slated for right now 114 authorized sworn staffing. So by 2028, we should be at full staff capacity. And that's assuming we're going to hire about 7 entry recruits and 5 laterals, which are officers from other jurisdictions each year. Next slide. All right, side-by-side comparison from the last report period. We're currently at 80 sworn staff. That's all ranks, including myself, though as I had mentioned earlier, we have 114 allotted for sworn staff, so we still have over 30 vacancies, 34 vacancies. We have 2 officers on modified capacity. That just means that they're temporarily injured, working a modified duty. 1 officer on full workman's comp. So that brings us to 77 sworn full-duty officers. Compared to the last report period, we have 40 officers in patrol. Previously, we had 46, so the difference there was we repopulated some of the other units that I had referenced earlier. We still have 5 patrol sergeants working. We have 0 officers in the field training program currently, so we have 2 that are slated to graduate mid-December so they'll be going into the field training program after graduation, and we have one that is anticipated to graduate in May of 26. And then we have one lateral in the pipeline. So that lateral should come on and be fully operational much sooner. Next slide. So just an update on the sheriff contract. That is still scheduled to start on January of this year. So we just had the city issue some funds, and it was quite a large check. We didn't want to mail that check and risk it being lost, so we hand-delivered that check to the sheriff last week. So they have payment in hand to get some of the equipment and some of the logistical items started and built up. We are still continuing to get CHP assistance. So this assistance is at no cost to us. So they are still doing traffic enforcement during their free patrol time, and they are also helping us with increased sideshow deterrence and reckless driving campaigns. We recently expanded the security guard program. This program is to address nonviolent crime hotspot areas, primarily focusing on our business corridors, addressing burglaries and, again, nonviolent crimes such as vandalisms. And then lastly, just expansion of technology to help with crime reduction and follow-up investigations. So we just received the other 5 towers, so those towers are now in operation. I'm going to be sharing with the city manager and eventually council just on the rotation of those towers. They're going to rotate about every 6 weeks, and so we're going to be asking input from leadership on where you feel that those towers are most beneficial. ALPRs, which are their automatic license plate readers, we're still using that. That has been very effective on follow-up investigations, particularly with homicide investigations. And then gunshot detection. We're still in the process of going back to the SAB to get some issues. I believe that the last council, you guys had some further direction for this program to go back to the SAB for consideration. Next slide. I'm going to give you guys a moment just to take a look at this. The top table depicts time period of September of 2023 to August of 2024, so 1 year. The bottom table represents the most recent year, August of 2024 to, September of 2024 to August of 2025. So what you're going to see here is a significant improvement in response times. So looking at the previous year compared to our current year, priority ones, we increased by a 50% improvement. It went from 17 minutes down to 8 minutes. Priority twos, we saw a 23% improvement and a 22% improvement for priority threes. So it went from last year, priority twos being over 5 hours response, and then 8 hours response for priority threes to 4-hour response this year for priority twos and 6-hour response for priority threes. Obviously, those are not acceptable yet, but definitely a significant improvement. Top table shows 34 officers that were assigned to patrol. The bottom table is 46. So a difference of 12 officers made a pretty significant difference in response times. Next slide. I just want to give you guys an update on the volunteer program. So we are still, again, slated to stand this program up in January of 2026. The goal is to have about 10 volunteers contributing about 15 hours per month. So we're hopefully going to be able to get about 150 hours of volunteer time from these volunteers. This is a cost-effective alternative to some of our sworn staffing challenges, and we're going to, again, try to phase launch this in January of 2026. So some of the areas that we think that the volunteers can help are with special events, community engagement, traffic control, administrative support, school and safety programs, assistance, potentially abandoned vehicle, just signing off some of the backlog of some of these vehicles and see click fix, and then maybe lost and found help with lost and found items. And then lastly, I just wanted to cover, I don't have a slide for this, but I know council was interested in just hearing some recruitment efforts. So just as a backstory on recruitment, we hired a company called All Star Recruitment. So that company came in to help us with marketing and advertisement strategies. They developed short videos and also just social media advertisement to get more applicants, basically. All Star was part of their competitive edge was they're very responsive. So if somebody contacted via email or texting or some other communication platform, they would get back to that person right away and then try to do a very quick, warm handoff to our staff, whether it's recruiters or whether it's other folks within our background or recruiting mechanisms. We did a study recently on some of our backgrounds and just our hiring practice in general. And we looked at 2023 and 2024. So we started this discussion internally at the beginning of August. And what we determined was in 2023, we hired for the entire year 11 officers. That's not bad. You know, that was a year though that we were losing a lot more officers than we were hiring. Within that year, we backgrounded 50 people, 50, and hired 11. So our hire to background ratio was about 22%. Now the people that we didn't hire, that resulted in about 78% people that we did not hire. We concluded the analysis of 2024, looking at how many people we hired, which was 23 for the entire year. However, we backgrounded 89 people. So our success rate in 2024 was a little bit better, 23 out of the 89 backgrounds, but we still washed out about 74% of the backgrounds. So as a result of that analysis, we concluded that we need to do a little bit more backgrounds. Before, we had a limit that would, for example, if we had 34 vacancies, we would only background 34 people at any given moment. So now we've changed our strategy to background more people than the number of vacancies. So that is in process for improvement. So I believe once we get that implemented, that we're going to see at least 2 or 3 more job offers. So with that, I just want to conclude with tonight's request for City Council to consider finding and continuing the declared state of emergency due to our ongoing public safety challenges. Any questions?
All right. Thank you. Do we have any public commenters on this item? None in person. Do we have any online? None online. Questions or comments from council? Councilmember Lejeune.
Well, Chief Ta, I'd like to say congratulations on bringing down the numbers. That's a big feat, and I know we still have much work to do. You've acknowledged that, but I thank you for that work. In addition to that, and this question might be to our council, legal counsel, we're asking for a state of emergency, and we've made significant progress. We're in contract with the sheriff's office, and what warrants us to continue to say we're in a state of emergency?
Well, I think the question that's before you is one that is slightly complicated. The council has the right to continue the emergency if you believe that we still have resource problems in order to address the issues within the community. Are you obligated to continue the state of emergency? Of course not. You have the option to either do so or not do so. I think asking the chief and the department what they believe the facts are that warrant the continuation of the state of emergency, in addition to the staffing, what is the effect on the community? What is the effect on their ability to provide the resources to respond? As we've heard in previous reports, those response times were growing at one point. Have they dropped enough at this point to make that determination that the state of emergency no longer exists? Or do you want to ride it out for a specific additional amount of time? I mean, frankly, we have used, for lack of a better word, that state of emergency was used to support the legislation that allowed the county to provide additional officers. I guess I'll use on lease to us, or I'm not quite sure how to phrase that, but through the agreement with us. Whether the county has a feeling about whether that state needs to continue to exist as they provide those officers, I do not know. So I think it's a fact-based analysis. There's no magic to it other than meeting the statute as is identified in the original resolution.
Thank you for that legal response. And so then to you, Chief Ta, when do you consider yourself, quote unquote, as a police department out of a state of emergency with all the work that's going on and the upcoming contract with the sheriff's office? And my question really is around not stating that we're not in a state of emergency or we are in a state of emergency. I just want to talk it through because we have been talking about this prior to my getting to the dais. And over the last 10 months, we've made significant strides in moving our city along. And I get concerned when we continuously say we're in a state of emergency, and yet I don't think there's enough publicity or enough information going out continuously and constantly that really speaks about all the things that we're doing that are moving us forward. And so, you know, that can be a double-edged sword.
Yeah, I agree. And I'll just add that, in my opinion, there's several factors that I consider in whether or not we're in a state of emergency. One of the factors is the number of vacancies we have. So we had 62 sworn full-duty officers in 2023. We have 80 today. And so that still leaves us with a vacancy of about 20%. Those 34, that's a lot of vacancies. So what that translates into is extended response times for our citizens and our community. So if I can just refer you guys back to the response times, I don't know what slide number it is, but if you can get that back, Manny, it's the double slide right there. So this is something that I truly consider because one speaker came up several presentations ago and said something to the effect that more officers don't really equate to less crime. But what I can tell you conclusively is more officers directly relates to better response times. These are calls for service. People are waiting for 5 hours, sometimes 8 hours. Sometimes crime victims, rape victims are waiting hours for an officer to arrive to the hospital to collect evidence. To me, that's an emergency.
And we've talked about that.
Yeah, that's an emergency. We're not in a place, in my opinion, with 34 vacancies that we can say we provide adequate service. The other issue that I look at is seriousness of crime. So if you look at some cities, they could have a lot of call volume. Call volume, though, sometimes is abstract because call volume is what you respond to. So you determine what you respond to, what you don't respond to. I can tell you the things that we respond to here in our city are pretty significant. And it's not a courtesy response. It is something where people feel either unsafe, they are unsafe, or they're hurt and need immediate help. So those are the variables that I would consider. You know, I think, though, that when the sheriff does come, whether they start with 8 deputies or let's say they get all the way up to 17 for 10 hours of the day, half of the week, I think that helps a lot, you know. And so that changes the variables a little bit starting in January. I am also very appreciative to our partners, our elected officials that helped us get that Senate bill through. That would not have happened if we didn't shed some light on this situation, and we would not have been receiving CHP help. And so those are the things I would consider. I don't think we're out of that state of emergency yet. I don't think I would even consider declaring that we weren't until these response times get to what I believe a more reasonable rate.
Thank you for that response. And one of the things that I think would be really great the next time you come before us when we talk about those 34 vacancies and how do we benchmark ourselves against a like community, meaning some of the similar challenges that we have in our community, some of the more serious crimes, as you talk about, that we respond to, and a city that is really a lot like who we are in terms of population, types of crimes that we're responding to, and the type of policing we do. And how many officers do they have? What is a good number of vacancies that are acceptable? Because no matter what organization you run, you're going to have some percentage of vacancies. That's just the fact of the matter. We have people cycling out all the time. And so just through a demonstration of benchmarking, what does that look like when I look at other jurisdictions that are pretty much like us? And I would really like to see that analysis, because I'd like to see, when we're talking about 34, and maybe we get to half of that number, what potentially might it look like when we're looking at other jurisdictions? And you continue to have my support, but I think this is a really important dialogue when we talk about continuously what is the state of emergency as we're doing this work, and at what point do we really begin to say that I think we are there. And we do know that for 1 year we're going to have we'll have support from the sheriff. We don't know how those numbers of officers or sheriffs, if you will increase over that number of over the year coming up. But we do know that we still have work to do, and we do know that we need to hire. And so one of the things that you did say is in 2024, you had recruitments you did 89 background checks, if I'm not mistaken. And from that 89, you were able to obtain, 23 more officers?
Correct.
Okay. And I forget how many you had in 23, how many backgrounds you did to get 11?
50. 50.
And so for 25, what does that background, rate of background really need to be to see a marginal difference in 25? We have 26. We literally have 1 year. So how many background checks do we need to do to ensure that potentially we can fill all 34? And so that looks like it's at least 170 background checks?
Correct. To fill 34.
Okay. And so from my vantage point, from my perspective, if we're talking about being at a place, in a good place when the sheriff's contract potentially ends from January 26th to December 26th, that means from my perspective, based on these numbers, we need to have about 170 background checks to potentially fill all 34 vacant positions, to say we're fully staffed, or at least 5% below that, our total number that we're hoping to be, and we should be ready to move forward and be able to say, hopefully we're out of the state of emergency. And of course, I do know when new officers, if they're not recruits that are coming from other law enforcement jobs, definitely there is that need to grow our officers and do more training. But I'm hopeful that we will increase this number, and I know it takes a lot of work. It takes personnel support, but we've made a commitment to the county that we are going to grow in the year that they're here, and this is the time that we are going to help our officers rest a little more than they have and train more than they've been able to train, and at the same time really put the gas on to get the final number of officers needed in place. And I'm not just saying that to you, but I'm saying that to our city manager as well. So whatever we need to do to see 170 background checks, let's talk about what it's going to take so that we meet our mark by December 26th. So thank you for all of your work.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I want to start out by just saying thank you. I know this has been a very long road. It's been very challenging, very frustrating. But I think with your steadfastness, and it really shows, your leadership really shows through all of this process, and you're still here and you're still making a difference. And I appreciate it, all that you do. I did have a kind of a slightly different type of question. Back to the abandoned vehicles, do you have jurisdiction over abandoned vessels? Like that are in the riverway, or is that the Coast Guard, or
Yeah,
who?
No,
I can just tell you, riding the ferry every day and seeing by Lemon Street in the Sperry Mills, all of those boats. There's like 7 of them now that are all submerged underwater and barely sticking out. How do we get rid of those?
Yeah, I honestly don't know the answer to your question. My intuition tells me kind of no. Most jurisdictions, that is more of a sheriff's office kind of area, but I can follow up on that.
Can you?
Yeah.
Yeah, and we're probably pushing it on the state of emergency item, but that would be a good thing to follow up on.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Councilmember Matulik.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you again, Chief Tao, for all the great work you've done since, because especially for the time that the Vice Mayor, myself, and Councilmember Palmeris have been on here, we've been in the state of emergency. So for us, this is kind of like a natural, being in a state of emergency is kind of normal, and sadly to say that that's what it feels like, that it's a normal process for us. But for me, and this is where I very much agree with the chief for me, the state of emergency is relative to a few items. And for me, the crime data, is it going down? And especially for serious crimes, is that making sure that is a data point that we're not overlooking, that making sure that we are impacting that with the officers we have. But the more critical one for me is the response time. Because if we're not responding to calls and the calls from our residents, that means we're not doing our job. Or we don't have the ability to do our job, should I say. So until that is to a level to where we as a council and we as a community feel comfortable with, I would be I don't know about hesitant, but that's where I'm very cautious to say whether we're in a state of emergency or not. And then for me, I think a foo-foo portion of it is what is our officer satisfaction from the level of being able to do their trainings and be able to promote to positions they're able to do versus having to do all this overtime. So that's part of my calculation of where the level of state of emergency is from that standpoint. But from a few technical questions that you have is the fact we're increasing our traffic patrol. So help me understand, so where do those resources go, and how does that what is your vision of that impacting our state of traffic issues that we're running to, whether it's the reckless driving versus speeding and bypassing stop signs and things of that nature. So what is your vision of that with the traffic?
Yeah, so I have an appreciation for traffic. So when I was 14, I suffered a very significant traffic injury I think some of you may know this, but I broke both my arms, both my legs, shattered my femur in 4 spots, and went through a significant amount of surgery. I was in trauma center for over 4 months, missed 2 years of school. I was run over by a vehicle. So I have experience knowing that it hurts to get run over. I also have a lot of experience working in traffic enforcement. And what I can tell you guys here every day you are affected by traffic safety. Every day, everyone you know is affected by traffic safety. That's very powerful. It is the #1 concern of any city everywhere, because traffic, and you look at the fatal injury accidents that we have, they're just way too many. So, traffic is something I feel preventatively, if we can do campaigns on either crosswalks or the Safe Travels to School program, or even just radar and intermittent enforcement, we can reduce accidents and change driver behavior. But you cannot do that without consistent motorcycle enforcement or traffic enforcement. So building those programs up and then having those additional campaigns to bring awareness to areas such as schools, crosswalks, or just even at night, dimly lit areas where people are just getting run over because they're wearing dark clothes or whatever the variables are. So traffic, to me, is a significant concern. Now when you start talking about reckless driving and sideshows, it's another whole ball of wax. So I believe that's a very significant area of concern, not only for safety, but just quality of life for our citizens. You'll see somebody just start popping donuts in the middle of the day in an intersection. It's wild. And so that to me screams that it needs enforcement attention. So I feel that traffic is something that needs to be built back, which we are currently. I feel also detectives need support because we have a lot of violent crime and unsolved crimes that we just don't have capacity to spend investigative hours on. And then lastly, we need proactivity. So building back and restoring that POP team is very important, because that can go out and that can address very contemporary issues like sex trafficking that we're going to be running a campaign here very shortly. So those are the areas that I think are most vital, and those are the areas that I think that once we give immediate attention to, you'll see a significant drop in crime data and stats.
Very much appreciate that. And the fact that I work at a school, one of the things that is always brought to my attention is the traffic concerns per se of around student arrival and student dismissal, and whether that falls under the traffic unit or whether that can fall under the jurisdiction of your police assistants. I think is there a vision that you have of addressing more of safety issues around schools, because I'm hearing, not specifically at the school that I work at, but district-wide, of the concerns that are brought to myself of the reckless driving, but I think it's and the way that just the simple fact that it's just hustle and bustle and chaotic at arrival and dismissal at schools. Is there a general plan to potentially address some of those concerns that's citywide?
Yeah, some schools, I mean, they just were built a long time ago, and I'll just be candid. They weren't built for accommodating 100 parents dropping off students in a 15-minute window. Correct. And so they can only do so much to kind of design their drop-off and pickups to be safe. But you'll see, and you work at the school, so you know this to be true, a lot of the traffic offenses are committed by the parents. So there is a huge need for educating those parents that are coming in and picking up or dropping off their children. I mean, you can see some crazy stuff where parents will park across the street and tell their kids to run across a live roadway. It's nuts. So we need to do, I believe, just kind of a multi-tier approach, with that engagement, educating those parents, educating the children, and then also an enforcement campaign too. So that way we can bring some awareness to the issue and issue some much probably needed citations, when those offenses occur in front of officers.
Very much appreciate that, and thank you for that. And to Councilmember Lettergy's point, I think we have noticed the improvement that's been happening, but I don't think we're to the point yet of being able to eliminate the state of emergency at this point. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I am in agreement myself because as we know that there's a lot of young people being kidnapped and sex trafficking, as we just recently heard the news today of a juvenile in that scenario. And the number is larger than we realize. And my concern is, speaking of students, is that until we can bring that number down, we lost somebody who's 19 years old in my district. And I was staying in a hotel, and I had some concerns there as well, seeing young people possibly be in this situation. I don't think we're out of it. I think that although you're doing an amazing job, and I appreciate that, I just still don't think that we're out of this situation just yet. Not that our team is not doing a great job from when it first was announced, but I feel like we need to be very cautious and very careful. Once we get the sheriffs involved and we can see what that number look like a year from today, I think we could consider it then.
I will say I actually have, I appreciate the information, the presentation, the progress we're making, the response time progress especially, and the fact that I think residents see and appreciate the traffic division coming back, and excited to see that continue. I have a different perspective, not that I disagree with what's been said, but I have a different perspective on the state of emergency. We've, as my colleagues have said, we've been in a state of emergency now for over 2 years, and we've had this conversation probably now 5 times since this council took office. And one of the things we kind of talked about was the purpose of the state of emergency. Why, it's one thing to say we have an issue and we need to address it and make a plan to address it. It's another to declare a state of emergency. And the purpose in my mind of declaring a state of emergency is that there's something really urgent where additional powers are needed. And the way that it was originally pitched was additional powers were needed in terms of negotiation and authority to potentially bring in the sheriff, to bring in security guards, to take very concrete action to address this urgent concern. And one of the frustrations that I had, and I know how many had, and the community had, and the council had, was that we weren't seeing that urgency to get those particular things moving forward. Now we have the sheriff coming in. We've done the security guard piece, and I don't get the sense, unless someone has something to add, of what, specifically all else equal, what the emergency powers that are afforded by having a declared state of emergency is going to enable either the city manager or the department to do that we wouldn't be able to do otherwise. Is there anything remaining other than the union negotiation, the labor negotiations related to the sheriff and things like that?
I'll comment on that, and then maybe Chief Tall will have something to add. Yeah, I agree that there isn't a specific intervention that we have in mind that I think would be facilitated by the additional powers of the state of emergency. But I think one thing that was perhaps not an anticipated benefit of the state of emergency was the additional resources that were offered to the city as a result. Not all of them free, but Chief Taw mentioned the support from the CHP and the support of the state legislation that is enabling the sheriff's office support. So I think that might not have been the anticipated purpose of the state of emergency, but was ended up being affected by the state of emergency. And I think it ended up being useful for more purposes than was originally identified. But we don't have any particular interventions in mind, Chief, unless I'm missing anything.
No, I'm city manager. I think you and I agree on that. I mean, I feel like the things that we could have done, we've done. I do agree we could have done them sooner or quicker to get better outcomes sooner. But I do think, though, that part of the state of emergency was for the ability to do things internally quicker, but it also provided, like the city manager had mentioned, more attention from our partners, whether they're elected official partners or the law enforcement partners. Every time I've asked anything of favor of the district attorney, of the sheriff, of other police chiefs in the region, the CHP, they've helped us, and I think in large part because they know we need help. This is a reality, and so I do think that at some point we're going to be out of this state of emergency, but when we are out of it, I do anticipate that offer of assistance is not going to be as readily available because there's a lot of people in need statewide from, for example, the CHP. And if we are no longer in need of that, they're going to be redeployed somewhere else. So.
I appreciate that from both of you. I appreciate that connection, and that's definitely a consideration. I think I tend to stay on the other perspective than my colleagues, which is I just don't think that the community in Vallejo just deserves to just be in a perpetual state of emergency. And I think with the sheriff coming in and the security guard contract and the CHP support and the support we've gotten and the legislation and everything we've done, I think it's time to take responsibility and be accountable for keeping our residents safe and not be projecting out that we're continually in this emergency, which isn't to say that we wouldn't continue, we would be 100% satisfied with the status of public safety or the status of staffing. We would need, of course, to continue to have the updates and look at the numbers and track the data towards goals. But for me, I'm thinking very specifically about the purpose of the emergency declaration and the significance of an emergency declaration and the impact on the psyche of our community to be in an emergency for this long. And for me, having the sheriff contract finalized and doing this, I would prefer to see us move this to a regular public safety staffing update where we really track data and progress and move forward and sort of turn the page on that two-year process. The trade-off that I'm hearing is that there could be a risk of losing support from partner agencies. I don't know that CHP would pull out of their existing support, but for the emergency, that would actually be kind of alarming to me. It seems like the need is pretty well identified, and I don't know that the emergency declaration is the key point of consideration for them. But I'm inclined to with the sheriff coming and with the negotiations done on the sheriff contract and the security guard contract to say, look, community, we know we're not at our goal yet. We know we're not where we want to be, but we don't need these emergency powers anymore. We're going to take accountability for this, and we're going to provide open communication still with these regular updates on our staffing to make sure that we continue to make progress. And that's where I've kind of landed on this. Not seeing anyone else. Are we ready for a motion on the item?
Yes, I'd like to make a finding to continue the state of local emergency relating to public safety staffing.
Missing one vote. Motion carries with Councilmember Matias and Mayor Source opposed.
All right, thank you very much. We did take public comment and there were none. Correct, I did not forget to do that. Okay, so that will move us to our information calendar, which is item 10. We do have an information item tonight, and I'll ask our city clerk to announce it, please.
Receive presentation on the Mare Island Infrastructure Assessment Draft Report and provide input for completion.
All right, we're going to go ahead and open up, excuse me. We're going to open up comment on this item for anyone wishing to address the council in person or online. And we have our assistant city manager here, as well as some guests from West Yost. I'll turn it over to you all.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Banny, if you want to start the PowerPoint, please. So we are pleased to be here this evening tonight to present you with a large report that has been a couple years in the making, a lot of collaboration, a lot of partners, and a lot of research and study. The Mare Island Infrastructure Assessment Report. Next slide, please. And as the mayor mentioned, we've got Yvette from our ED department here. We've got Oscar from Public Works. We've got 2 consultants on the line that will present some of the technical findings that the report had. So we have a whole team backing up this evening's presentation. So we're going to review the project and the goals and objectives, and then West Yost will talk about the technical assessment and findings, and then I'll wrap it up with next steps and what this means for the future here. Next slide, please. So, Yvette, we're going to tag team this one. Do you want to go ahead and talk about the timelines?
Will do. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Yvette Iraeta, and I'm an Economic Development Program Manager in the city. I am very excited to bring this item before you. It's a presentation on our draft technical report of the Mare Island Infrastructure Assessment. I will go over those couple of bullets on this slide. I will explain to you, give you background on the grant. I will explain to you how we were able to obtain additional funding from the EDA for this project, and why this has been a 4-year project instead of a 3-year project. I'd like to start by explaining that this has been a collaboration between the Vallejo Flood and Wastewater District and the city. It's been a collaboration since approximately 2020. I want to thank the great staff at the district. That has been a pleasure to work with, as well as the various departments in the city, particularly Public Works, Economic Development, Water, and IT. So different teams have been working multiple hours on the various disciplines to do a thorough, comprehensive assessment on the island, above ground and below ground, and the consultant will go into those details. So the grant, as I explained, the city and the district partnered in 2020 to submit a grant application to the U.S. Economic Development Administration. The proposal was a proposal for $1.5 million that was submitted in December of 2020, and in September of 2021, the city and the district were awarded $960,000 from EDA. The application required a $300,000 local match, and Mare Island Company had already committed $300,000 for that $300,000 local match requirement, and the city and the district had committed $240,000 as an in-kind local match. That included the cost for the various staff that would be working to carry out the project. That again awarded us the $1.5 million. And the city proceeded to procure a consultant and was able to award a contract to West Yost in November of 2022. The consultant had proposed initial scope at a cost of $1.2 million, approximately $1.2 million, and had also identified additional scope at a cost of approximately $555,000 that would be beneficial to complete the thorough assessment. So we spent no time and submitted an application to the EDA for an additional $555,000, $929, requesting that they fund that amount to be able to fund the additional tasks. So we, the city received a conditional approval for that funding, and it was made official in August of 2023. That allowed us to increase the contract, the West Yost contract, to $1.8 million approximately. At that time, which was in November of 2024, we also requested an additional year from EDA to carry out the work and extended West Yost contract through the end of this year. So with that, that explains. Yes, go ahead.
So just to clarify, all of this information that has been gathered was for an assessment of the infrastructure on Mare Island to include sewer, storm drainage, seawalls, roads, and dry utility infrastructure system island-wide, so that we could get an idea of what was above ground and underground out on the island. As you know, the Navy transferred about 20 plus years ago, and there's a patchwork of infrastructure out on the island that we have discovered through many different developments or upgrades and services. And so we really needed to have a baseline so that we could help streamline future development on the island. So that was the purpose of this grant. And as we moved forward through the grant, the reason we had to ask for that increase was once we looked into the ground, we saw more areas that were not scoped out that needed additional assessment. So lucky for us, we were able to get a little shot in the arm from the EDA, additional funding to complete that, and those two areas were in the sewer area and the seawall area.
So that's how our total project cost is at $2,082,292. And I will just say that we're very close to completing this project. We're at the finish line. And we hope that, when we complete the technical report, in the future, this will be valuable information to city, to the district, to the various departments and potential developers of the island, hopefully yielding development in the ranges of $1 billion or so. So hoping that the return of investment is significant. With that, I would like to introduce West Yost project manager, and Gertz, that will go over the different disciplines that have been assessed.
Thank you, Yvette. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Do let me know if you can't hear me. I'm going to continue on.
We are good. We can hear you well.
My name's Ann Gertz. Thank you. My name's Ann Gertz. I'm a senior engineer with West Yost. I'm here tonight with my colleague Doug Moore. We'll present on the technical findings from the MIIA, and we are available to take questions at the end. Next slide, please. So as development continues on Mare Island and we look forward to the future and further redevelopment, one of the biggest concerns, as Gillian was mentioning, is the utility infrastructure on the island. We know that a lot of these systems date back over 100 years, some to the original Navy development of the island. These systems are aging. What we do know about them, many are in poor condition and some are undocumented altogether, meaning we don't have records on where they are, how they were constructed, or the condition of them. So to support the growth and redevelopment of the island, we first must understand the condition of these infrastructure systems. Next slide. So our goal for the MIIA project was to fully understand the current state of Mare Island's infrastructure, then identify what needs to be addressed now based on current needs, and then define the improvements needed in the future to support redevelopment and growth. Next slide. So for the water system, we assessed the current condition of the system by reviewing the age of the pipelines, the one water tank on the island, valves, and meters. We inspected the water tank. The tank is shown there on the right. We did a visual inspection from the exterior, and then we sent divers in to view the interior of the tank. We performed a seismic evaluation on the tank, and we also tested 8 water pipelines within the distribution system for corrosion. To evaluate the capacity of the water system, we developed a computer-based hydraulic model to check whether the system meets design and performance standards. So that's criteria like pressure and velocity and flow measured against the city's standards. Next slide, please. So findings for the water system, we do know the infrastructure is aging. 60% of the water pipelines are over 100 years old. We have a slide on that next showing the system. That is older than water pipelines are expected to last based on these conditions and the materials that are known. Regarding the pipeline corrosion testing, the evaluation showed a range of corrosion from negligible to significant. Of note, some pipes that were believed to be 100 years old were tested to be in fair to good condition based on that corrosion testing. The photos on the right there show the first one at the top, we're looking down at a pipeline that's been exposed for testing. And then the one on the bottom, we are up close on the side of the pipe, so we're seeing some minor surface corrosion. Next slide. This is a figure showing the age of the water system pipelines. So each of the pipelines is colored based on its age. You see most of the system is colored in red, and that means it's estimated to be greater than 100 years old. The next range is the yellow and orange pipes. You can see there's very few of those, ranging from 25 up to 100 years old. And then in the blue, we have pipelines less than 25 years old. So that's the newer residential developments. Next slide. Continuing with the water findings for the tank on the island, again, installed 1999. The tank's in generally good condition and requires only minor repairs. The photo there on the right is actually inside the tank. That's the pipe that comes into the tank and feeds water. So there's some minor corrosion on what we call the inlet pipe flange there that you can see. Regarding the system capacity and reliability, according to the hydraulic model and the condition assessment, it's recommended around 3.9 miles of pipeline are upsized or replaced to support the known near-term developments and improve the system reliability. Next slide. Moving to the road system, we assess the current condition of the road by reviewing and cataloging all 21 miles of streets on Mare Island. That included performing vehicle and walking surveys and also an automated imagery capture of all of those roads. They are split up into what we call street sections. So that's one segment of road from intersection to intersection. We took samples of the road layers and tested for pavement strength and thickness in a lab. And then we use those results and the surveys to evaluate the condition. So there's some photos there. At the bottom, you'll see pavement boring. So that's a little section of the road that's been taken out. So we can see the various layers of the pavement and structure. And on the right, some testing to estimate the structural thickness of the road layers. Next slide. So the findings of the road condition, the heaviest wear is on the industrial corridors. Secondly, most Mare Island paved roads are in better condition than an average mainland city road. So that's assessed based on the roadway's pavement condition index. That's the PCI numbers you see there. That's a numeric index from 0 to 100 that's used to indicate the general condition of the road, with 0 representing the worst possible condition and 100 representing the best condition or a new road. So using the information from the field assessment, the testing, and the city's road design standards, a repair plan was developed. Those were grouped kind of in two categories. First is more minor surface seal treatments. So in the figure on the right, those are shown in the blue and the purple, recommended to be implemented within 2 to 3 years. The second category is heavier rehabilitations within the next 3 to 5 years. And that ranges from cold in place recycling with an overlay to full remove and replace of the entire road section. Next slide. So for the dry utilities, we identified and contacted all of the existing utility companies on the island. We've listed them up at the top right there with the service they provide. From each of them, we gathered their existing maps, plans, reports, and aggregated those into an appendix that is in the report, in the MIA report, to be used for future reference. With each of these utility providers, we discussed their current coverage, any planned expansions, concerns for serving future development, and that's all documented in our report. In general, we found that most of the dry utilities have been installed after the Navy left, so they're generally newer than the other underground utilities. South of G Street, the systems are functional and easily expandable, whereas North Mare Island, they're either non-existent or rudimentary and will need to be completely designed and constructed. Next slide. So the we're on the seawall. All right. So we also assessed the seawall. The seawall extends around 1.9 miles on the east side of the island. You can see it there in the figure along the Mare Island Strait. It protects the land, protects Mare Island from the sea influences, and also supports marine operations, so providing docks and piers for ships. The wall was built originally over 100 years ago during the Navy era, and we have repair drawings from several decades, even dating back to 1921. Next slide. So the findings for the seawall, as we mentioned, it's been built and repaired over many decades, and that along with that comes different materials and methods for construction. We do know that some areas are in poor condition and need repairs. The picture on the right there is a section of the seawall. We are looking on the underside of it. If you look at the top, those top two red arrows, we see concrete has fallen away or spalled away from the structure, and you can see the underlying rebar exposed. At the back of the photo, you can see a culvert, which has been mostly filled with silt, so obviously not serving its intended purpose any longer. We do know that more inspections are required for the seawall, including below water and materials testing before any repairs or upgrades can be designed. And it's recommended that those improvements be coordinated with redevelopment and projections for sea level rise. Next slide. All right, so the sanitary sewer and storm drainage systems on the island are operated by VFWD. Doug did present a detailed report out on the assessment findings and recommendations at the October 21st district board meeting, and those can also be found in the report. So we are here providing a few summary statements for each of those systems. Overall, the existing sewer and storm infrastructure is inadequate to support current and future uses. Regarding the sewer system, most of the infrastructure is old. Much of the system that has been inspected is in poor condition, and most of the system is not built to current industry or district standards for design and construction. There is significant inflow and infiltration to the sewer system. This contributes up to an estimated 85% of peak flows in some areas. Immediate action is recommended to reduce I&I to restore the capacity for wastewater flows. Regarding the storm drain system, the infrastructure requires significant upgrades to handle sea level rise and storms, both now and in the future. For both systems, the timing of upgrades should be coordinated with redevelopment. Next slide. Finally, the following recommendations apply across all the infrastructure systems and focus on coordination and implementation needs. First, it's recommended to focus early efforts on improvements that are going to affect reliability, safety, and support the near-term known development. Future upgrades and improvements will need to be phased and coordinated as development progresses. Second, some systems or areas still need additional investigations before design and construction can proceed on any improvements. Third, sea level rise is a critical issue for the island and it affects all of the utility systems. The city, district, and development partners should work together to develop a strategy to protect the low-lying areas of Mare Island first, and then a long-term strategy that supports the uses and timing of redevelopment. Lastly, all parties should continue to coordinate and communicate to support the island's shared development goals. One of the tools that's been developed as part of this project is a web-based map of all of the infrastructure recommendations that came out of our assessment, and that can be accessed online and used for coordination and planning. With that, I'll turn it back over to Gillian and Yvette to wrap us up, and then Doug and I are available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. Next slide, please. So another couple pieces of information about the process. We did conduct a community input gathering meeting in September of 2024 out on Mare Island at the Marketing Center. And we had about 50 people show up and give their input on this grant, the process, and what they'd like to see as outcomes. So that was super helpful. And then we did use the draft Mare Island specific plan proposed densities for the long-term development assumptions so that we could have an idea of currently what's happening in near term, but then also what we're projecting to build in the long term. So the recommendations were based on those. And then again, these recommendations, these upgrades, these repairs, they're all just a roadmap for the future out on Mare Island and for future funding possibilities. So the grant itself requires that we just bring the report itself to council to share with you and provide gather any feedback or input you may have. So that's what we're doing here tonight. After we get that, we will have West Yost finalize this report, and we need to close out our Economic Development Administration grant by 12/31/2025, so we're on track to do so. And then again, this will inform future development. It will inform the CEQA and NEPA environmental review for any development on the island. It's a very great baseline, but there are two areas that Anne outlined that we need further study on. We didn't have enough money in the grant, and once we got into looking at the seawall and the sewer with the I&I, we realized that we needed a little bit further study. So this is a great report for us to use to apply for future Economic Development Administration grants to continue the study in those two areas. But then also they have set up this grant system so that your first step, your first grant is this assessment report, and then your second, third, and continuing grants can be actually for the infrastructure that the report is identified as necessary. So we're really hoping that as we move forward and finalize, another grant for seawall and sewer assessments, that we will then start applying for the actual infrastructure that is needed on the island from the EDA. So that's really exciting. And then also any other funders as well. When you've got the report and the analysis, you're a step ahead when you're asking for additional funds to support infrastructure and development. So we will continue applying for these EDA grants and others concurrent with the Mare Island specific plan process. Next slide, please. And as they stated, our consultants are here, our city staff is here, and I just want to say thank you again to our partners, the Wastewater District and Mare Island Company. Without their support and help through this process, it wouldn't have been as fruitful as it was, and really pleased with the outcomes. And West Yost really did a wonderful job keeping us all on track and pushing us forward. So I just want to say thank you to all the partners.
Thank you all very much. So given that this is an information item to enable the report to be finalized, my suggestion is let's go ahead and take public comment, and then I'm going to suggest that we do one round through of council member question and any input, and then if we can close with a very firm sense of the next step of, you know, when can we expect this to come back to council with the finalized report, et cetera. And with that, do we have any commenters in person?
Yes, our first speaker is Daniel Boone.
Right.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. Well, first of all, no hypothetical. I think what you just heard is reality of a lot of things that need to get done on Mare Island. And you should accept this report. I have no criticism of the report. But I do want to mention a couple of things that you should be thinking about. In June of this year, the city and Mare Island Company sponsored a meeting to give a specific plan update. And of course, infrastructure was discussed at great length. And two questions were posed by a gentleman who attended that meeting. Who will pay, and how do we know it will be built? Now, tonight, fast forward to the Mare Island infrastructure assessment, and that assessment references the 1994 Mare Island reuse plan. In that 1994 plan, there is an infrastructure section that addresses all the same things that were addressed in the West Yost work. 31 years ago, in 1994, the reuse plan reported that the sewers were poor, that there was inflow and infiltration, that there were cross connections, a new pump station was needed. In other words, all the same problems that West Yost has in their report were known 31 years ago. And nothing's been done about it in the last 31 years. Unfortunately, we can't turn the clock back. The cost estimate 31 years ago was around $130 million. Tonight, we have heard maybe it's $1 billion or so. And that doesn't include the bridge. So tonight, you have the same two questions to be thinking about going forward after you accept this report. Who will pay? And how do we know that it will actually be built? Who should not pay is the residents that I talked to you about earlier in this meeting who have already paid over $60 million. Where did that money go? And regarding who should pay, back to that June 5th meeting, we were told that all of the agreements related to Mare Island would have to be renegotiated. Well, I've said this before, and I just want to repeat it again. For any renegotiations related to Mare Island, you have to hire outside independent negotiators, because the negotiators who have negotiated all of those agreements that now have to be redone, they didn't deliver for the city. Get independent negotiators.
Thank you.
Our final speaker is Sherry Ann Grimm.
You can lower the podium if you want on the lower.
So we've heard a lot of this report before, and nice to see the updates tonight. There's no criticism of the report itself, but I think the main question is why it took 15 years since the first houses were built to actually do this study. The city has a consultant named Susan Goodwin that has worked with the Mare Island project since the beginning. And on her website, she has posted, Goodwin Consulting Group prepared a fiscal impact analysis that estimates the allocation of revenues once the island was parcelized and property taxes were levied. GCG's model needed to account for the unique fiscal challenges that exist due to the geographic isolation of Mare Island, the ongoing phasing from public to private lands, and the antiquated infrastructure that needs to be replaced or repaired. So she knew from the very beginning, and she put that into her calculations, that we have been paying for taxes all these years, and how we find ourselves with the development being delayed once again. The Connolly Corridor that was promised to us in 2027, which would have reduced our taxes because of the economic development and tax revenue, is again delayed. And this has been going on for 20 years. And the people caught in all of this are the 322 homeowners. The Mare Island Company says they're going to swap out for 90 some odd homes in Coral Sea. There's no comparison to what would have been the revenue and the benefits from the Connolly Corridor to the overall tax structure. So my frustration is that this could have been addressed during the North Mare Island deal, and it largely was addressed in the first term sheet. Development was required, benchmarks were required, performance milestones were required, and then that was inexplicably set aside, and a new term sheet was developed that had none of those things. So basically, we are now held hostage while we figure out who's going to pay for this, and the Mare Island Company is making sounds like they don't think it's them. And the problem is we have no way to hold them accountable because we took out those benchmarks and milestones. So it's very disappointing to the residents to get to this point again and realize the consequences to us directly.
Thank you. Do we have any speakers online? All right.
None at this time.
Seeing none. Questions, comments, input from council. Like I said, my suggestion is to do one round and then we'll go to next steps. Seeing none. I'll say a couple comments that I was going to make, which I appreciate this project, and what I appreciate most about it is the collaboration between the agencies, because I think one of the things that we all recognize about the about the colossal task of dealing with the infrastructure on Mare Island is that is going to take a partnership and strong collaboration of all the parties involved, and also of our federal and state representatives, and really anybody that can help with securing needed funding. So the fact that this was a partnership from the start is I think a really good first step. And my requests, as possible, I made a very similar comment last week or 2 weeks ago at Flood and Wastewater, is if we can, as much as West Yost is able, and there may not be the ability in this current grant, as many numbers as possible, if there is a way for us to start putting dollar values to some of this stuff, the sooner we can do that and the sooner we can prioritize it and say these are the things that are the highest priority and this is how much it's going to cost. You're not going to be able to get hundreds of millions of dollars at one time. That's just, and we don't have to. So what are those first few things that are the highest priority? How much do we need to get? And then we start to hustle. And, if we can get that first step as part of this report, I think we need to start hustling ASAP. I think we need to get the congressmen and our state representatives and everybody possible involved. You mentioned applying for another, similar grant to this one. So just figuring out what are we going after? What is VFWD going after? What's the city going after? What's Mare Island Company going to be doing? Let's start that as much as we can with this report. And then the other thing that I would ask, if possible, would be a specific, almost a sub-analysis of which portions of the existing infrastructure are used by current residents and businesses, and can we prioritize those? So the infrastructure that is in the and I'm specifically referring to for the city's case, probably water is the biggest one. We're talking about anything that has pipes that stuff travels through. The infrastructure where folks are located is newer. It's fine, it's in good shape, but that water and sewer has to pass through potentially other pipes on its way or way out. And so can we get some of that and prioritize the very near term, needs for the existing uses in if things were uncovered in this assessment that speak to an urgent need for a piece of infrastructure that's very much in current use, I think that should be a priority of us as a city. And then, I think for going forward, we're clearly going to need to have a work group with all the stakeholders and get the action plans developed and the priorities with the responsibilities of everybody and figure out the timelines, the checkpoints, activate that Mare Island subcommittee and start, give the community a sense of how often we're going to have the updates, how, not everything can be, every nitty gritty thing needs to be done at a public meeting, but how often are we having public meetings? Is it going to be before the subcommittee? Is it going to be before the whole council? How often? Starting to make those decisions would be my vision for next steps. So with respect to this particular report, if just numbers, costs, and then what is, if there's ability to highlight in particular, are there high priority pieces of infrastructure that are in current use that we need to get taken care of now? Councilmember Tulik.
Thank you, Mayor. I think and thank you so much for the report and to the level of detail that it's at this point. I think the one piece that I'm missing is this report, the way it's speaking to me is talking about the current infrastructure, but not pointing to the potential development of advancement of development. So this is where I want to have that understanding of with a, I don't know if the full build out is the proper term I'm looking for, but where is, and we've brought this up in other agencies, is the word capacity. And so this is where I want to have that understanding is what is the level of capacity we're putting into this report, because if we're just speaking to the current infrastructure, we're not forward thinking enough. So I want to see this report and to speak to, and this is where whether we're, and part of this, I want to speak to the lack of an economic development director, to where we're not, from an economic development standpoint, I'm missing that component in what I'm hearing in this report, because that's what we need to speak to, is the economic development aspect of what this is supposed to speak to, whether it's the residential, whether it's business, whether it's whatever it may be, the capacity issue of because infrastructure is all about the backbone of what is to be, not to what it is existing right now. So I would like to see this report kind of speaking more towards the forward thinking of what this council kind of has been talking about since day one of we want to be more forward thinking to where we're not building to the status quo, we're building to what we're thinking we're going to be in 5 to 10 years. And so that's where I would like to see that this report and what the recommendations will be are going to speak to.
Councilmember Ledeju. Oh, did you have a follow-up comment?
I just wanted to follow up really quickly. The report does speak to both existing condition and future based on the proposed Mare Island specific plan. I think maybe in the review of West Yost, she didn't speak a lot to what those projections are, but those recommendations are in here. And it does prioritize 2 existing businesses. All of those priorities are within the study as well. The one thing that it doesn't have is the cost estimate numbers. We don't have the grant funding for the engineering estimates, but I think in our next step of funding, that would be our next step, to take this information and then have an engineer's estimate for each of these pieces of infrastructure. Thanks.
Thanks. While we wait for Councilmember Ledeju, I had one more thing that I wanted to add to my comment, for not necessarily for this report, but for our thinking about it. We can think about how the ships and maritime efforts fit into this and where those resources can potentially plug in, and we got to be able to look at all that holistically. Councilmember Ledeju.
So I think I would be remiss, and I think the council would be remiss, to not acknowledge something that has been said and has been said before I ever got on this council. And I don't want to glaze over this. and that is, I appreciate this report. I appreciate all the comments about the analytics behind it and so forth and on, the numbers. All of those things are important. And the one piece that we still have left is the specific plan, where we talk about renegotiating the CFDs and so forth and on. And I just want to say to the residents, my mind is on those dollars that you continue to speak to. I received an email, the whole council did, from someone around taxes. And I just don't want to pretend that this is not an issue. It is not a challenge. It is real to you as individuals who live at Mare Island. And I wanted to say that tonight, despite the fact that, even though this report is important and you all have agreed that it's a good report, and I acknowledge that it's a good report, it's very helpful, it's very important, but we still cannot forget what is really a challenge and concern for residents on Mare Island, and I needed to say that, so thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Matias.
Thank you, Mayor. So, to the mayor's point, we have a whole host of recommendations listed in this staff report. We need to see the dollars, and not just the dollars, but proposed recommendations for implementation. So there's like slurry seal stuff in here, and road repair. I mean, we've got Measure P dollars, and that could be incorporated into future schedules and future cycles. And so I want to start seeing some implementation. I appreciate that you guys want to continue to do studies on certain pieces of this. But I think, we've done enough analyzing and studying, and we've got to start, at least putting our best foot forward to amend for what has been decades of deferred maintenance on that island. And it's frankly unacceptable. I think that there is responsibility on the Mare Island Company. I think that there is responsibility on the part of the federal government. And to the mayor's point, there needs to be not one, but several appropriations requests made of our congressmen, because the city shouldn't be having to foot the bill for something that we didn't build, and that we still continue to deal with delays on because they're going through levels and levels and levels of bureaucracy. So I want to see that as soon as possible, and that gets me to my last point. I think I haven't admittedly heard much, so that's statement one. And then statement two is there's also been long periods of time in between discussions or perhaps even comments from residents around Mare Island. And where I'm going with that is what I don't want, and I want to elevate and acknowledge and sunlight what Councilmember Lettigiu has alluded to, is like the residents are expecting us to do all these things with this specific plan, right? What does development look like? How much is it going to cost? Are we going to renegotiate CFDs? But at the same time, what I feel like is happening right now is there's a vacuum, and we're not really having conversations one way or the other. And so I know that conversation is probably supposed to happen next spring, if I'm not mistaken, the specific plan discussion. But I think we should be having those conversations sooner around not just the implementation of the infrastructure plan, but how do we, provide relief to folks, and what does that look like for the rest of the city? I know that there were several options proposed to a previous council around relief, but that discussion around whether relief is or isn't feasible, I think we need to have that conversation, and we just need to be honest and provide some direction to staff one way or the other. I don't think we can keep going periods and periods of time and just putting all our eggs on the like specific plan, the specific plan. Like I proposed a few meetings ago, a discussion around an enhanced infrastructure district. And part of my thinking around that was, you know, how can we use that financing tool to start to address some of the infrastructure issues that we have across the city? So similarly, we have to be looking at other tools. And I think that that conversation needs to start like yesterday. We shouldn't keep pushing this and making and building up this like May or June or July date to be this like one day where we're going to have a conversation about all the things. I just don't find that acceptable. And I think we need to start planning for that. So there is my long-winded remark, which is very much in line with what Councilmember Letichu shared.
Yeah, and I'm aligned with that as well, and I appreciate those comments. I'm not seeing any other comments, so let's close out with an idea of let's set some concrete commitments for next step. So it sounds like the plan has to be finalized by the December 31st to close out the grant. When can council and the community expect this to come back, or expect to be able to access that report?
So the report is online. There's a link in the staff report. It's over 3,100 pages with all of the attachments and appendices. If the form that it's in today is pretty much final unless there's any major changes. We don't have funding in this grant to do the engineering analysis and assessment. I would recommend that we would apply for the next round of EDA grant for the seawall, the sewer, and the engineering estimates to get those specific prioritized projects, because this report does prioritize certain areas. This is your 1 to 2 year what you should do. This is your 3 to 5 year, so we can break those out. Some of that work we can do internally, like with the roads and some of the dry utilities and stuff, so staff can kind of pair out what we need actual funding for, seawall, such as seawall, storm drain, and some of the larger projects, and some of the projects that city staff can scope out. We can work on scoping those out and bring those back to council as well. We can look at the other tools and EIFDs, and we can look at when we apply for the further study of seawall and sewer, we can also look at some of the other areas where we can apply just for the I&I, say, with VFWD and partner together. So our next step would be, I think that our group that has worked on this report would then kind of parse out what those priorities are. To your point, Madam Mayor, who's doing what, in which arena is the responsibility going to be taken, and then we start moving forward with those. But the report itself at this point is available online. There won't be any major changes unless council directs that to happen now.
So would it be reasonable to do one more update before the end of the year, maybe in December, with the next steps? I just want to make sure we have a clear identified timeframe of when this is going to come back. And I think for the sake of the community and just the magnitude of the project, I think we need to do probably a both and, in terms of we need to separate off each of those conversations: sewer, roads, seawall, et cetera. But we also need to have the whole conversation together. So I think that would be my ask, is when can we come back and have one more conversation with where we go, these are the recommendations for what we need to do in the short term, what we need to do in the medium term, what the next steps are, and really kind of clearly put that out there.
Yeah, I think we could do it the second meeting in December. Very high level about next steps. Here's the priority areas, and here's the working group and the people that are going to work on it.
And I think it gets to what my line of thinking is very similar to what Councilmember Matias was mentioning. If we wait, and then we have an update in April, it's better to just have a conversation, even if we don't have everything done. Like, let's start, like those public safety updates that come every 60 days. Like, let's just start having Mare Island updates and the Broadway project updates. I mean, this is a big enough project and a big enough priority that, like, let's start getting this regularly kind of coming forward. Councilmember Matias.
I'm going to say something similar to what I told Chief Ta a few months ago. I don't want to have, just in full transparency, Mayor, like, I don't want to have updates for the sake of having updates. Like, I think I would be in favor of giving you guys an extra month, provided when you come back in January, it's not just priorities, but you're giving us numbers and some timelines based on, like, what you're surfacing in internal discussions. Like, so, because talking about it is cool, but I'm trying to just see, like, okay, on the roads, you know, we got the Public Works Director, he's gonna phase this into this schedule, and it's gonna cost this much, we're gonna send the referral to Measure P. Like, we need to get into action around this stuff, and so I would just ask you, Assistant City Manager Hayne, like, I know you proposed coming back in December. We're just a month away from December, so let's be realistic here. Can you really produce that level of detail in a month, or are you looking more at like early January? I just want to make sure we're right-sizing expectations with the public. So I'm not against the regular updates, but
No, that's exactly what I was going for.
There needs to be more,
is
like,
each
meat
one
on the
we need
bone.
to be like, and this is the next step, and this is when the update will be provided. So if whatever time frame makes sense for whatever the next step is
If
what
you'd
I'm
like
looking for.
further details and funding and high-level numbers, I think January is a better month. December would be just a conversation of, these are the priority areas, 1 to 2 years, 3 to 5, 5 plus, and here's who needs to coordinate on it. But if you'd like some numbers, I think I can work with the Public Works Director and VFWD, and we can get some better detail in January.
Councilmember Gordon.
I appreciate that, because I think realistically is if we want wise time spent, especially with 2 holidays coming up, we want to be mindful of that. And we also have other districts too that are been by the wayside, particular District 6. We too have a lot of needs, and we need cities' eyes on there as well. So, you know, I'm trying to be patient and let all these other previous projects be taken care of, but I feel like District 6 has been getting ignored. So I think that it'd be wise to ask staff to come back. I thought April would be great, because then we really can break down those costs, especially with the government shutdown. So I was thinking that April would be wiser, seeing how we just got our persons here. So that was going to be my proposal, logically.
All right, I'm not seeing anything else, so I think we have a sense of where we're going, and then we can work on those updates in the coming months and figure out the plan to make sure that we're moving things forward. Thank you again. Thank you to our partners at West Yost. And with that, I will move us on to our next item, which is our item 11, the city manager's report.
Good evening. Per council's request and direction at our last council meeting, we're going to use the city manager's report this evening for staff to provide an update to the city council on the impacts to public programs of the federal government shutdown. We'll also have a fuller discussion and opportunity to receive council direction on this matter at the November 18th, our next regular council meeting. But in the interim, I'd like to invite one of our assistant city managers, Nulungo Conley, who's been doing research on this topic, to provide an update to city council.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Nulungo Conley, Assistant City Manager. So, as City Manager Murray said, this is just going to be a brief update on the impacts of the shutdown on some of the federally funded programs and the impacts on the residents of Vallejo. So before I start, though, I do want to acknowledge that we received the letter from Councilmember Ledejou and Councilmember Matias about the really severe impacts that the shutdown is having on the residents of Vallejo with regards to SNAP benefits, also known as CalFresh. It's pretty devastating. Just to give you a little bit of context, there are about 54,000 residents in Solano County who are receiving CalFresh benefits. And of those 54,000 residents, 20,000 are located here in the city of Vallejo. So quite a significant amount. And about 30% of those are children under the ages of 18. So a lot of families, a lot of children impacted. As I mentioned, there are 4 federally funded programs that are impacted by the shutdown. One is SNAP, which is also known here in California as CalFresh. It's Medi-Cal, which is also known as Medicaid, the WIC program, the Women, Infant, and Children program, as well as the Housing Choice Voucher program, which is administered through various housing authorities across the country. So what we know as of today is that last Thursday, 2 federal courts ordered the administration to fund through the reserve CalFresh benefits. As of yesterday, however, the administration has been reluctant to do so. The judge gave an option of fully funding those benefits as of yesterday, which didn't happen, or to partially fund those as of tomorrow. We still don't know whether or not that'll actually be done. But regardless, partially funding this program is still going to have really severe impacts on our families. The average amount that families receive is a little over $800 a month. So if you can imagine trying to feed a family for $400, it's impossible, along with the cost of food. Also, not to mention the impacts on the food supply chain, because nationwide, it's several billion dollars that the SNAP program actually feeds into the agricultural system. So it's not just food to the families, it's also food to farmers and food providers. So the impacts are, like I said, going to be severe. We will have more detail around the impacts of both the shutdown on those other programs, as well as some of the program requirements that are coming through from the HR 1 bill, which is the House of Representatives Bill 1, also known as the Big Beautiful Bill. That imposes some really severe program restrictions and requirements. Those go into effect in January. The problem is that with the shutdown, that information is not really being conveyed to residents, and they have to be compliant. There are work requirements that will come into play, not to mention some verification requirements for the county to adhere to. And just the impacts alone on the county to be able to administer these programs is pretty onerous. And then there's, of course, penalties if we don't do it or we don't do it correctly. So it'll have a cascade effect. And we'll try to bring you all that information back on the 18th, either as an addendum to the city manager's report or a standalone item. But I will say the city of Vallejo has published, I believe yesterday, to all of our social media accounts, as well as on the My Vallejo page, a link to all of the food pantries. There was a database that the County of Solano and Contra Costa County put together that has a list of all the food pantries. You can put in your zip code as well as your address and get all the pantries located within a half a mile of your location. And then if you click on them, it has the information about distribution and other requirements, whether or not they're drive-through facilities or if you have to bring your own bags. So information that is necessary, unfortunately, for our residents who are receiving this benefit. It's not going to be enough. I urge you to read the letter that was sent to all of you from Councilmember Ledesju and Matias about the call to action to the county to actually do something immediate around providing some financial benefits to the CalFresh recipients so that they don't have to go through this uncertainty to feed their families. But as of today, we still don't know whether or not families even received partial benefits. I guess we'll have to wait until tomorrow. But just imagine this has been since Saturday that folks have not received any money to feed their family. So that's all I have for the update this evening. Happy to answer any questions.
And I think Assistant City Manager Payne has some
yes.
information to provide around how the shutdown may impact our voucher programs.
Sure. So we just received a letter October 30th stating that our Housing Choice Voucher Program will be funded through December 31st. So the last letter that we had received told us that the funding was through November 30th. So we've been working on a contingency plan with the housing director ACM Conley and City Manager Murray. And we got to take a little bit of a breath because now we have funding through December 31st. But we are still working on that contingency plan. It costs about $2.3 million for the city to implement approximately 1,500 housing choice vouchers for our citizens here in the city of Vallejo. So it's not a small amount, 2.3 per month. So we are working on that contingency plan in case we will need it for January.
All right. Thank you. I see lights, and I'm just going to mention that we are in the city manager's update. So we're going to need to find a balance between not breaking the Brown Act and getting into too deep of a discussion on the item while also recognizing the urgency of the item and taking this time to ask some questions. So I'll just ask my colleagues to please be mindful that this wasn't on the agenda. So if we can have some clarifying questions in the event, in the interest of the urgency of this. I see Councilmember Gordon first.
Yes, because I was going to ask if we, as the county and the city, would consider it to be a county emergency, a city emergency, because we have to consider that it's not only individuals, but we're talking about foster care and group homes that also utilizes these resources. Keep that in mind. Also, too, whether you're late or not, you still are required to pay your water bill and whatnot. Just this last month, a lot of people worked for free and didn't get a paycheck, and yet this can be a challenge for them. I also had asked Congressman Garamendi last night if we could consider not doing any evictions or penalties of any sort because of this. There is a mayor, I believe, out of Atlanta that has made this and is enforcing it. However, Congressman Garamendi said that it had to be another route, but we as the city can put that up to request that. So based on this report, I'm asking us, this board and this body and the county to consider those as an option, because we can't ask people to pay for something that they don't even have themselves. And on top of that, mind you, a lot of parents are still transporting their children to school, so they're having to make a lot of sacrifices that they were not prepared. And it's not just only low income that are receiving SNAP benefits. When we're talking about middle class as well, we're talking about people who have taken 2 or 3 jobs that still need SNAP benefits because our cost of living is so high, because our food is so high, transportation is so high. This has already been in the making, and this right here happening with the government shutdown just made situations a lot worse. We're still required to pay for that bridge, the toll cost. We still have to pay for the gas, no matter what. And so that is what I'm asking. I know that we as the city have nothing to do with evictions. This is where I asked the county to consider to make sure our constituents are not put into a worse situation that they're already in. That is my ask of the city manager and city attorney, to see if we can please look into that.
Okay, and that, we'd have to follow up on that likely. I'm going to go to Councilmember Letajou. Questions of the city manager's team.
So I don't necessarily have a question. You have my letter, and it's very comprehensive. And the one thing that I want to see, it's not a question, is I'd like to see the analysis. I've raised this flag months ago. I'd like to see the analysis for the $2.3 million that we pay monthly, and what would be our contingency plan if this city could not pay $2.3 million in subsidy? What would be our choices? And I'd like to see a deep analysis of that, so that this council and our community could understand the types of choices that you potentially would have to make. And I asked for that months ago because I saw this coming. So that's important to the decision making for
our housing, because that is a direct responsibility of the city. It is not a county responsibility. Yes, those dollars flow from HUD, but these are our residents and they live here. So I want to, again, really stress that point on this issue. And secondly, I did go to the county today and I did bring up this issue as it relates to SNAP benefits. And my letter, this letter that Councilmember Matias and I co-authored, went to every mayor in our county and to our county administrator, to all of our county supervisors, and every city manager. Because this is not just at this moment in time. The reality is I comb through our county financials, and it is going to take a collective effort to do what we need to do as a county, not just one city, but we as the largest city in this county have 20,000 individuals on SNAP. 20,000. And that also means children are not getting meals at school based on this. There are a lot of implications behind what is going on, and these are individuals who live in our community, and this dais, we make policy decisions for these individuals regardless of where the dollars come from. And we have a responsibility to be responsive as a government, as a collective government, to figure out what we can do collectively. And I know the city can do something. We may not can absorb 1 month. It's $11.1 million monthly that comes to Solano County. It's a lot of money. But we have to figure out how we can bring in philanthropy dollars, how we can work with others to make this happen. Even if it means that we activate our EOC and we are having a countywide discussion and pulling our resources together, talking about how we're going to solve this. We cannot expect our nonprofit organizations to bear this burden. And though there's $80 million given to our food banks, nonprofit organizations that are feeding families have to purchase that food from the food bank. That food is not free. So we really have to think about what can we do as a community, as a government, and how does that get activated. So those are my comments on this.
All right, Councilmember Matias.
Thank you, Mayor. So just as a quick follow-up, this is 2 weeks running that this issue has been elevated in this forum, and so I would just really appreciate if as a council we could, I think we made some decision maybe at the last meeting to have an update come back to us. And I hope that in that update we have, we've been talking about action plans, right, tonight. So some proposals, including some, resolution that we can take as a body to signal our position on this issue as a body. And then hopefully in that space we can have more time to just talk about all of the different pieces and the impact to community. And I'll just end with this. There was a moment in time where I had 2 jobs and I still needed support from the government to get by. And so it's a very real impact to our families, to our kiddos. And the one thing I would encourage the public in this moment is to really reach out to your county elected officials. And I'm gonna go there because this is really personal. But I was very shocked that in this body, we elevated this issue. And at the county level, there was a separate conversation going on where you had one county supervisor spending a significant amount of the meeting calling out 2 other county supervisors for doing their job, as opposed to us having a robust conversation around how do we provide supports to our residents who are experiencing hardship in this moment. Instead of a conversation around how do we bridge that funding gap and follow the lead of many other counties across the state, we're instead having a conversation where we're calling out 2 county supervisors for doing their job. Very strange. Very strange. So I would just encourage the public to really reach out in the same way that we are reaching out and trying to get information from other bodies to see what we can do in this moment and demand and hold your other electeds accountable so that you guys can get the support you need as we make our way through turbulent times. There is my public service announcement for the evening.
Thank you. And on that note, I will say that as the chair of the group, I am very conflicted between the urgent need to address these things and have them said and the fact that this is the city manager's report. So I think for the future, we've learned we need to put this on the agenda if we have a situation like this in the future, so we can have a discussion and keep the city manager's report relatively one way. I thank you though. This, I mean, obviously it's critically important, and I'll turn it back over to the city manager.
So I think we got some valuable feedback and direction for our next conversation on this. Will be at the next council meeting. We'll come back with some funding options and some proposals for how those funds could be invested to have the greatest impact in offsetting these federal reductions. That's it for my report. Thank you.
Can you provide a report? I know the Public Works Director just left. Can you provide a quick update on the Mare Island Bridge closure for the record?
Sure. So the Mare Island Bridge is being renovated right now. You have a specific
I mean
question?
that it's going to be closed tomorrow and Thursday.
Oh, yes, it's closed. So we've been, thank you for that prompt. So the bridge is under renovation. It's a year-long project. It has one-way, the way it normally works is there's one-way traffic. It's all westbound traffic on the bridge. Eastbound, you have to go up to Highway 37 to return. The bridge is going to be closed entirely to all traffic so that the construction company can do some underwater work for which it's not safe to have any traffic on the bridge, and will be completely shut down tomorrow and Thursday.
Okay, I see lights of council members, but we've already really pushed it. I would ask council members to make comments during the council reports because we've already really pushed our limit on that. And that'll bring us to our city attorney's report. Doesn't sound like there's anything to report. That'll bring us to second community forum. Can we go ahead and start the clock for our second community forum? We don't have any speakers in person. If anyone would like to address council online on items not on tonight's agenda, please feel free to raise your hands online and we'll get you set up. I will go ahead and move to the request and action for future agenda items or special projects. If council members have items, and I know we have two lights on that we can come back to, but if council members have items that they would like to request for future agendas, I see the vice mayor. Future agenda items, yeah. Go ahead.
I would like to talk about, or at least have us review the municipal code for business licenses. I think several of us have been contacted by local business owners who own their buildings and lease it to their business as precautions for liability issues and those types of things. And I don't think that the municipal code speaks to that. I've looked through this municipal code several times. There's no mention of landlords as a business. I understand that, you know, maybe if you're a landlord and you own several buildings and you're leasing those out to different businesses, then that maybe is your business. But I think for the traditional business owner owning their building and having by law to pay rent to that entity in order to maintain that building, I think we need to look at that. And I know that there's been several businesses who have been contacted by the city's contractor for this, and they are being told that they have to pay the past 5 years of business license fees, or they can run the potential of losing their buildings. So, you know, and I think if we're going to implement this, if this is something that the city truly wants to do, and my colleagues vote for that, I think that we need to do it from today going forward. We've never pushed this policy for the last 70 years. This municipal code was written in 1965. And if we've not done it in the past, how are we now going back and billing these businesses? And I think there's several businesses that have reached out to me that are looking at pulling out of Vallejo because we're already paying they are paying taxes on their gross revenue, and then they're turning around and having to pay taxes on the rent that they're paying themselves, which by law they have to do. So I would ask this council to review this, and I would ask that we put a moratorium on this, whatever this contractor is doing to the businesses until we have this discussion at length. And I know we can't have it tonight.
So what I'm hearing is a request for future item focused on the business licenses and the municipal code, the issues that the vice mayor has raised. I am going to interpret that as a motion and have us vote on it.
And to do a moratorium on collecting those fees until we have that discussion. So, because many of
part
them
of
are
that item.
getting
So-
third notices, and they're literally being threatened that their buildings are going to be taken away from them.
So it's review of the code and consideration of a moratorium while we do it.
Yes.
Okay. Can we go ahead and vote on whether or not council wants to scope that and add it to the list?
Carried unanimously.
All right, Councilmember Lettigiou. Councilmember Gordon, did you have a request?
Yes. So just to be clear, what I asked earlier is this time I asked for that state emergency for city emergency and county emergency. Do I ask this now for a future agenda, or do I wait for my report?
I would almost say that it's a very similar situation to what we were in last week. I would ask the city manager, can that be added for, we already have for November 18th, the discussion that we're going to be agendizing of the federal shutdown. Can we incorporate Councilmember Gordon's questions into that item? That would be my recommendation, if that sounds okay. That will get it faster.
Okay, that'd be great.
Because this process is a more lengthy one. Can you re-describe the issue? It was around well, go ahead and.
Let's see how they interpret it first, legally. City manager or city attorney?
The way I understood it was establishing a state of emergency to address the federal shutdown.
Yes, to make sure the city and county can reconsider not providing any evictions or any fees, late fees.
Can I reinterpret?
No, right, you're right, but I was just saying because the county, we can elevate it to the county, see, because they're, believe it or not, they're the only one in charge of evictions. I just found that out today. So how can I word that, please, legally? We're only in charge of, utilities. Yeah, that was COVID, yeah.
So we would have to research the issue of whether the city has standing to establish a eviction moratorium. I don't know that we can under the current circumstances.
Right.
If it's about advocating for the county, I mean, the county sheriff's department enforces evictions, but they're not the ones filing for the evictions. They're doing that on behalf of other parties. And so, City Attorney Neb, do you have a perspective on?
Can we write a letter of request?
Yeah, so my recollection is the last time we had an eviction moratorium was during COVID, and that was at the state level. So I do think we can explore what's the closest path to that and bring something back, scope that out and bring that back. But if the request is, to explore, I'll call it emergency responses to the federal budget crisis. I don't know what else to call that.
And that was at the federal level last time. It was the Biden administration.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Yeah.
But it is potentially possible at the state level to address that issue as well. So I don't know the answer to this question off the top of my head sitting here right now, but certainly it's something that we can look at and bring back if the council pushes that on to the next step.
But it would be on the normal two-step cycle, because I guess I don't think of that as being, do you think of that as being specifically related to the federal shutdown?
Yeah.
I am recommending on Councilmember Gordon's behalf that it be included in next week's item for the sheer urgency. Going through the two-step process, it is not useful.
So
because the amount of
we'll-
time that that's going to
yeah.
take, it won't be worth it.
So we'll bring back the preliminary research. Oh,
Hold
Veronica,
on.
go ahead.
I think if the council can, you can turn that into a motion and the council can vote on that, will be helpful.
November 18th.
Yeah, I don't know that why we need to vote on this, but I
Okay, so, no, I understand that. I'm trying to answer. I think because you have established your two-step process and you have all declared trying to adhere to it, I think if you all agree not to adhere to it in this instance, I think that's fine. But I'm somewhat concerned that you've established a policy.
Okay, I'm going to make a motion right now that we waive the two-step process for things related to the extremely urgent federal shutdown, and we get these things agendized immediately, because this is ridiculous. We spun around last meeting too, so can we just vote on that? And we're just going to waive the two-step process for anything related to the very urgent government shutdown and loss of benefits, all the things that were mentioned, WIC, housing choice vouchers, Medicaid, Medi-Cal, SNAP, everything, and then we'll just do that.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, let's vote. Our residents deserve us taking this seriously. All right,
Carried unanimously.
To Councilmember Gordon's point, I'm going to, with Councilmember Lettigiou's permission, because you're next, I'm going to say what I was going to suggest, and then Councilmember Gordon, you can tell me if you want to add anything to that. My suggestion that I was going to make in this item was that we, for the 18th, that we include the possibility and evaluation of whether we can pause water shutoffs, because that is one thing that we actually can control as the city of Vallejo. So I don't know that we want to spin around and think about what the county can do and the state can do and everybody, but the one thing we actually can do is suspend water shutoffs. Is that kind of the direction you were thinking of going?
That's what I said,
Councilmember
yeah,
Gordon?
that's what I mentioned about the county, whatever utilities or the city that we're responsible for water, like you said, flood, water, waste, county, whatever the case may be. So thank you. That's why I mentioned both. Thank you so much for that. That is exactly
So
what I
maybe
was trying.
can the direction be, we definitely want water shutouts and anything else similar, can staff evaluate if there's anything else similar that might be within our control? Does that capture what you were doing? And then do we need to vote on
1000%.
that, or can my previous motion just?
It's the same, yes.
Okay.
And I think the city attorneys are going to research on the evictions, because that's a key part.
Yeah, if we have
whether the city has the authority to stop evictions within the city limits without having it be a state mandate. But
Well, no,
that needs research.
there's a bit of a challenge here. We're publishing the agenda for the 18th because of Dawn.
We're publishing next Monday.
Yeah, so.
What does that mean?
Yeah, we can provide it verbally. I'm just saying as part of the packet, it may not make the.
Yeah, that's
it may not
completely
make
fine.
the
It'll be
packet.
on the agenda and we'll go from there.
exactly.
All right, do we need a vote on that direction? Okay. That'll bring us to Councilmember Lettigiou.
Yeah, thank you. So I have a couple of things. Number one, we need to have a update on the Army Reserve. I am asking that the city put out a statement about what we can and cannot do, because it is a deep concern with residents. They're wanting to do cleanups, go on property, that we legally don't have permission to do so. So we need to stop ignoring this is going on and say what we know, what we have done, and where we cannot move as it relates to this property belonging to the federal government. So that's one thing that I'm asking for, and if we need to make a motion on that, let me know.
Let's do it. Let's vote on it. The motion is,
Army Reserve Building.
the motion is requesting an update on the Army Reserve Building. Let's go ahead and
Yes.
vote on that right now. I think we have it open on our screens.
Okay, I'm not done. Someone's, okay.
Okay.
Well, we'll go
What I
ahead.
hear staff saying is that we have a press release drafted. I think we sent a communication, but it's now been transformed into the form of a press release that's ready to be released. Okay. But it sounds like council would like a further update on, do you want a separate city council agenda item
Yes.
update? Okay.
That is what we voted on, and I believe, do we have a vote? Yes.
Motion
got it.
carries unanimously.
All right, go ahead, Councilmember.
Okay, thank you. So additionally, on our next agenda, and I'd like to have a Broadway update, and we've talked about that for next agenda. We've had inquiries about that, and I'd like for us to do a full, some semblance of an update based on our conversation. It's important to community. I'm getting questions, and we need to answer those questions. And so City Manager Murray, he's fully aware, and he has agreed that there would be an update, but he could not get that update in this particular meeting. So I just want to make sure that happens.
Can we confirm whether Broadway will be on the agenda for the 18th?
Do you mean about the tenanting specifically, is that correct?
I'm sorry, sir?
About the tenanting, the lease up, is that referring to?
No, about the email that I put you on, that we got as a links to PRAs and so forth and on, just that whole conversation, but just giving an update.
Okay, this is an update about the extension, the HCD
Yes,
timeline
yes,
extension?
yes,
Okay.
yes, thank you. However you see fit, just some kind of integrated update, where we are, why.
We're going to bring the opioid funding, so we could maybe make it an overall update with that item, if that's okay?
Sure.
I was
Okay.
going to request that during
Thank
my
you, that would
report,
be
so
great.
that saves us some time.
Okay. So then my next request is that I appreciate my colleague and our vice mayor. I didn't realize last week when there was a motion made to move our referrals to our goal-setting meeting. I thought that we were going to talk about it. It was on the agenda, and actually, what our vice mayor, what he had proposed was that we would wait until we actually did goal-setting, just because of the belief that it would provide more time. And I fully respect that, but I would like to respectfully bring back our referrals, and I'd like for it to be at a time where the agenda is not voluminous, so we could at least spend a little bit of time, and that when it's brought back, for the remainder of this year or for a quarter of the year, city manager, if you could at least say, well, we have this much time available, and then the council could consider what is it on that list that we think is important enough to begin to use those hours that you have allocated for a period of time. So I'd like to have that consideration of being able to look at our referrals before we do goal setting. Because based on everything that we need to do in RFP and so forth and on, it is going to be quite some time before we actually have goal setting. And that means that the referrals are just sitting there primarily. So that would be my request of my council colleagues about bringing back our referral.
Can I make a follow-up?
Filled up the next 3 agendas.
We just filled up an agenda, but
It's not going to happen before the first of the year.
Can I make a suggestion off of that, which is that as the facilitator with the idea of going through a 53 referral, which is now probably 60-something referral list, with an open-ended agenda item of what do we do, I think we need to have a structure of how we go about it. So I can propose some ideas for, because I don't disagree with you that we shouldn't wait on it. I just want to, I don't want to spend 5 hours and we don't, I mean, it's really, it's a very difficult
Can I make a suggestion?
task. Yeah, and I'm, maybe, we got to somehow get this into a motion for the future agenda item.
I'm just wondering if maybe somebody from the city staff could break up those 60 items or how many there are into I think there's like 5 goals of the city. So we hear all of the public safety related ones in one night, and we hear all of the economic development ones in another night. So that way it kind of breaks it up, so we're not having all 60 of them at once. We have each category's worth. Would that be more
I mean, that sounds good. What I was going to suggest is that we set up some type of survey, like a Google form, where the council goes, each one, I'm still interested in this, and prioritize it from 1 to 5. And then when it comes on the agenda, the results of the survey come up, and each one gets a score. And I mean, something like that, something where we do some pre-work so that what's coming before the actual meeting we've already done some of the legwork, because otherwise we're just spinning.
Yeah, but it's difficult to like ferret out just by the term of whatever it is, what that truly means and what was the intent, unless we talk about it, because it's been so long since they've been on there.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's daunting.
Councilmember Ledge, do you have a motion on that, or?
So I think the question behind this referrals, there's 60 referrals on there. How many of those referrals are at least anywhere 3 years old and older? So I think that becomes one of the issues is if it's been sitting there for 3 years, is it something that we're really going to do? Because it hasn't gotten done, it hasn't gotten touched. And the reality is, I would rather look at what's been put on in the last year or so, whatever works for those of you who've been on this council longer than the 4 of us. But just from a realistic perspective, where we are today, some of the things that have been put on there have been important to us holistically. So is there a cutoff point that we can at least start with? No?
No, because I think previous to this city manager, things never came back forward. I think I argued for 2 years to finally get the tobacco retailer license ordinance to come forward. So I think that all of those items, we just kept waiting and waiting and waiting and kept adding, but they never saw the light of day until this city leadership. So I think you can't just discount it because it's been sitting there for a while. Also things like this, like the SOB, for instance, having that be monthly, that came up in 2022, but it's still sitting there. And so we're saying that that's not a priority because it's been there for 3 years. So I think it's really difficult to cut it off by age.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
I don't know. To be really honest, the bottom line is it needs to be done. We keep adding to this list, and I want to assert to all of us, and I think we know this, but we continue to add to it. We can add to it till tomorrow comes and the next day and the next day. But if we don't know how many staff hours are available to be used to do this work so we can prioritize, we just have a list. And that is where my frustration lies, is we have a list and somehow we have to get to that list and really go through it. So I don't know what the answer is, but we really need to come up with an answer. And it can't, even if you get to goal setting, it's going to take time. It's going to take however many hours. And I'm not going to spend all day in goal setting going through 60 items. And so the question is, I do like the idea that council member, our vice mayor made about can someone on city staff at least put it in categories so we could begin there and even be able to look at it, send it out back to us and get some input, and maybe we, through consensus and an email on some kind of sheet, we then have this ranking order. But we need to do something. It can't just continue on in the way that it's doing. I don't feel effective, and I'm just speaking for me. So I'd like to see us begin to do something with this list.
I agree. Councilmember Matias, you had a comment?
Yeah, so I'll be quick, I promise.
Yeah, right. None of us are quick.
That agenda item kind of sat on for several meetings, and there was a presentation prepared by a member of the city manager's office. I think we should have the conversation. Back in July, we had a conversation that was facilitated by the vice mayor, and we just, as a group, we had a conversation. It probably went about 2.5, 3 hours. And we said, you know, you guys can, these are the items that we're sort of aligning around. Now, what I'm also hearing is that the list we have in front of us is quite extensive. And so to Councilmember Ledger's point and to the vice mayor's point, if we can just have an interim step of having someone categorize that by priority area, that at least moves us forward in the process. and we can whittle down that list. But I think we should, as a group, have the opportunity to talk about that. And I don't think we had that opportunity. It happened so fast last meeting that I was just like, wait, what do we vote on? And I was legitimately confused too. So I would be in favor of her motion to just move it forward, and would just ask that that interim step be made just to keep things moving.
I would ask for one additional piece, which is what I've been trying to emphasize this whole time too, is that all the referrals are not only in different priority areas, but they have different bandwidth needs. You know, a request for an ordinance is a very different, like a request for an ordinance is several meetings and a lot of staff time. A request for an update on something very simple. The SAB monthly meeting wasn't even a council referral. I'm gonna talk about that later. Wasn't even a council referral. That's gonna take 3 minutes for us to do on a council agenda. I mean, that's quick. So being able to also categorize how much collective effort this particular thing is gonna take, and like I said, an ordinance versus, you know, a quick update versus a subcommittee to review the municipal code, like those are very different, like bandwidth needs that we're not equipped right now as a body sitting up here in a formal meeting to be able to get into that level of work. We got to have some of the legwork done in advance for us to be able to be productive.
That's that information, that's the scoping that's in the report. So we have that information, but we haven't spent any time reviewing that as part of that dialogue.
So can we get it categorized then? Like, can we get them put in the categories of the
Goals.
goals,
Sure.
and then each one put into some categories of like high bandwidth, low band, you know, something of
Yeah.
that nature?
Yep, sure.
Okay. Can we just do that? I don't think we need a motion on that because that's already in the hopper. Councilmember Gordon, on this item? Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Because I want to make sure if the city manager or the city attorney can remind me, but I thought a while back we did do something in a category that had to do with safety, and then we were going to be doing that first for however long that would take, and then once we finished that particular category, we would go into the next set of category. Can you refresh my memory? Didn't we do this? And we voted on it. And
you did.
So you did, and it came back, and you gave direction on those 5 items. Some of them are now bound with the police department or a combination of the police department and my office. But you moved those on.
Okay.
We'll be coming back for actual action. The chief, I think, mentioned one of them tonight. So we will definitely be, 2 of them you decided not to move on. So it's just definitely you already took action on those. You haven't done any more beyond those, though. Everything else is on that list.
okay, city.
Well, I was just going to say, as far as I know, there wasn't then a next step to move on to the next priority
Okay.
and identify. So I think that's kind of to the Vice Mayor's suggestion is if we come back with them categorized, the City Council can decide at that meeting which of those goal areas it wants to focus on. And the way we've been trying to present the referrals when we've calendared it for a few meetings in a row, and we just haven't gotten to it, is rather than going through the entire list and prioritizing them, are there a handful of items that you all identify as priorities, like you did with those public safety things, that we can move on next? So that's I think, an easier conversation than how do we prioritize every single item from 1 to 60.
I think that's a great idea, and I agree with Vice Mayor because that still went on the same line. We was in the category, and we were able, so if we can see in our list that that's been checked off, that's wonderful, and then we can not only tangibly see what we have accomplished. That would be great to see that checked off, and then we can go to the next category. So I love that idea that the Vice Mayor had because we already started that process. So then that way we are asking staff not to be all over the place, you know, all over the country. We just stay in the category, and each time we knock something off, we can continue it. Thank you. So I like to vote on that idea.
Do we need to vote on that? It's already in the hopper. Yeah, it's just direction.
Why don't you vote
should
on it?
always run
Because
out
the
of time.
existing direction is to bring it back as part of goal setting. Why don't you just vote to
All right,
say
let's
that
vote.
it's going to come back at sooner than that?
That's true. I wasn't here.
So we're still, so
We're
essentially.
voting on bringing back the.
We're voting to bring it back.
Bringing
in
back the item we already
categories
authorized to bring
with-
back.
Categorized.
Right, and with how much lift each one is.
At goal setting or
No.
before goal
No,
setting?
before.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, any other items to add to the hopper? We've been keeping our community forum people waiting for this. Go ahead, Councilmember Lettigiou.
Okay. So we've all agreed on this, and I'm not sure what the status is, but there was supposed to be a list compiled with all of the asks that we've had on this dais, the disposition, and I know that city staff were working on it, trying to reconcile. So I'm not sure where it is, because that document, from my perspective, holds us all accountable to the asks that are made, how they get to the agenda. Our clerk was working on it, and I believe that the assistant to the city manager, Natalie Peterson, was working on it. And so I'm not sure where we are on that document, and it was supposed to eventually be put out on the website. So I'm looking for that document, and maybe I've missed it.
So I think there might have been a misunderstanding. When we were talking about the document that the city clerk and assistant to the, not assistant to the city, well, assistant to the city manager were working on, we were talking about the public-facing list of referrals. But it sounds like you're talking, I think you're talking about something else, which is a longer list of council direction for follow-up?
Yes. So I'm just waiting for that information, because that's part of a tracking of, we've asked for this on the dais, and the date it was asked for, what is the disposition? Is it still in progress? Have we completed it? And I'm waiting to have that document, because it also goes right in alignment with what gets on the agenda, what's in the, where we are in the two-step process that we've agreed to. And it really provides accountability for everybody sitting on this dais, for everyone who's putting together the agendas, and for the things that we have asked for in public, for the community to understand where are we in the work that we're doing.
So that sounds like the referral list to me, which is posted on the city website.
What Councilmember Lettigiou is referring to are the things that we've already approved, like the whistleblower policy and the performance auditing money and the faith-based outreach, with the faith-based safe camping, and all the various things that council from the referral list provided direction on, and then there's never been any follow-up.
So
Is that correct, Councilmember Lettigiou?
Yeah, so that's what I understood we were working on. That's what I understood we agreed upon and we voted on. And, you know, there had been back and forth, because I think the first time we saw the list, I made the comment, this list is not complete. And then there was supposed to be another pass. I was told that, and the last time we had the conversation, you asked our city clerk to respond, which she did, and there needed to be another pass. So I'm just waiting for that to manifest. And again, like I said, maybe I've missed it, because we have a lot of things, but I'm looking for that document. That is what will create accountability for us as a council, for our city staff, and to our public.
So the document that you provided comments on, where you said that you didn't think, thank you, Councilmember Gordon, I think that's what we're referring to. That's the referrals list that's posted. What I hear Mayor Source referring to is maybe a different document.
It's that once something that is a referral comes before the city council, it's marked as complete on the referral list, even if the project isn't complete. So the whistleblower policy is marked on there as complete, even though we don't have a whistleblower policy.
I think
the
that was-
referrals.
I don't think that's accurate. I think it was revised. I don't think it's listed as complete on the current version.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
So
it
we
is.
did update the
Oh, we did,
status,
okay.
but I think yeah.
But there
So,
were some issues.
Hold on. So
Yeah.
the bottom line is, just so that we can save time, to be really frank about this, is how can we make sure that document is complete, it's done, and it's reliable, and we all can use it together to do our work as a body? That is really where I'm coming from, and to hold ourselves accountable. And so whatever needs to be done, unless you're saying it's complete, you can email it to me and I can go through it. But I just would really like for us to get to a place where we have a way of being accountable together.
Understood. Okay, so I think that's the referral list. When we next have that item agendized, I welcome any feedback that the council has on the statuses of those things.
So I don't think, just with all due respect, City Manager, I'm expecting all that we have asked for to be on that list and complete, and to know what the disposition. It's either, this is the date it was requested, this is what it is in progress, or it is complete. It's just really basic. I don't need it to be onerous, and it should be something that is continuously updated from meeting to meeting. And it really should run lockstep with our agendas. It's the first part of our two-step process. It can say that. When is it going to be re-agendized? I don't set the agenda. I have no control over the agenda. But one thing I want to be able to do is take that document, know what's been requested, and know the disposition. Does it need to be agendized? And be able to say, hey, to all of you who set the agenda, this has been sitting here for 3 months, and it's step 1. When are we going to get to step 2? I want to have a way to make sure that I'm accountable to the things that we are agreeing to do, and we know where we are in this process. Because I said in the very beginning, several months ago, when I agreed to vote on the two-step process, that it needed to be transparent. And these are the linkages in my mind for how we have a transparent process of how the agenda is being set. And if you have a different way to do it, I'm fine with that. But we need to do better in this process. So this is what I'm looking for.
Well, and what you're describing is exactly what we were envisioning with the agenda setting. That is not what has been happening in practice, and the vice mayor can
Right. I
speak
guess
to that too.
I hear you. I completely agree. But my gut is telling me that somebody's going to have to go back and watch every council meeting from tonight all the way back to when you took office, to hear each one of those items. Like, maybe if that's something that we want, then that should be like from today going forward. But I think it would be impossible to go back now and try to ferret out each one of those items that we said, yes, we want. I mean, there's maybe some key things like the whistleblower, some key things that we know about, but like to have every little thing that needs to come forward would be impossible for somebody on the city staff to go back and do.
So I can
maybe
live
we
with
need to
the key
start. We need to
things.
start with something with key things
Yeah.
first, and then we can keep adding from here forward. But I think it's an impossible task to put everything on that we've asked for since.
Sure,
beginning of time.
I'm okay with that. I can live with the key things, but I want to get away from, with all due respect, additional guidance, because we have been talking about this for a long time. And I would just like for the city manager to have a starting point, and let's move forward and let's get it done, with all due respect. So that's what my request is, and it really isn't a request because we have been talking about this and we agreed upon this. I'm just daylighting it. So then, I just want to finish. And then, okay, my last request or thoughts is the Vallejo United Soccer Club League. They've come before us 2 times. I don't know who meets with GBRD, but along with all of you, my colleagues, I championed sending money to GBRD. And I don't know if, I can't verify those comments that were made, but I would like for the city manager to have Miss Grace, who works with our youth and GBRD, to be able to come back and say, what are the breaking points in this discussion around the soccer league? Because we have sent 300K there, and I want to understand. It's important. This is about our children, and that money is about our children. So I would like to have more information. I don't know how all my colleagues feel about it, but I think it's important at least to understand what are the issues, what are the next steps, so forth and on. Yes, I'll turn it back to you.
Go ahead, City Attorney.
So
Legal.
the 300,000 that the council, when you were doing your public safety monies, whatever you want to call that, with the GVRD for, I'm going to use the word scholarships because that was the way the council phrased it, has to come back to you after discussions between Victoria Grace and GVRD. So she advised me of that. So that would be a good time to have, since that has to come back anyway, this is a little bit like the other item, since that has to come back anyway, that coalesces a little bit with, hey, what about this thing? What information do we have? And because they're looking for what to use the 300 on from the perspective of giving input back to the council.
So when do we expect that back?
I
Victoria
think
Grace's item?
December 9th, I believe. Yeah.
First December meeting? So, yeah.
Is that
So
what it is, the first December meeting?
that's our recollection.
Broad enough topic to cover that, because 300,000 has nothing to do with what she's talking
No,
about.
but I think that, I think because Victoria isn't she gone? What?
No, I think that could be incorporated but for the sake of clarity, what that organization, I believe, is looking for is the dedicated use of a public facility, right?
So, City Manager, I do understand what they're asking for, and I'm really clear on that. But I'm also clear on what the directions were, and I'm also clear on the fact that this council agreed to send money over there for our children. And I would really like to have the dialogue and work things out, because this is about partnership. And we all live in the city, and we're saying we're servicing our community. And as a local government, how are we doing that collectively, and how are we best using our dollars in a way that maximizes those dollars? And I'm not, I hear their request, and yet I want to get down to what are some root causes that are keeping us from doing some things. I don't know, because the GM is not standing before, and I don't want to say anything that's inappropriate. That might be wrong. So I'd like to understand what are the issues, and we can look at it holistically, look at root causes, and then also consider if the council so chooses, what this might look like as well. But again, how are we working as a city is really what I also want to untangle, because this is not the first group who has come before us. There's been a lot of conversations around organized sports, and there's been a lot of conversations in different ways. And so let's have a more robust conversation. How are we partnering, or how can't we partner? And what else do we have to do differently to service our children?
Yeah, I think we can bring some information regarding the Youth Soccer League ask as part of the $300,000 coming back to the City Council, and the City Council can discuss that if you would, decide to appropriate some of that funds or direct some of those funds to that purpose if you would like.
Okay. So I'm not sure how it has to come back. What I really just as our Vice Mayor put out there, it just needs to be broad enough that you don't hamstring my questions and say, oh no, we have to re-agendize it. I want to make sure that we can have a robust dialogue around these issues, around our children, around sports, around servicing them, and not be handcuffed because we have our Robert rules that we must follow. So that's respectfully said.
So I would almost say, let's make a motion for a separate item, because this does seem like two different conversations. One is the funding to GVRD for youth sports program, and one is a discussion of facilities for youth sports programs. Can we just give direction right now if we want to do this? Does that capture it? Facilities? Okay, let's vote on that. And then I see Councilmember Matias and then Councilmember Gordon. I think that we're still on the, I mean, I guess we can pause the, I know, and no, we didn't. We went, while the timer was running, we didn't have any hands up, so we went on to future agenda items. And I think that the chaos that is this future agenda item speaks to the fact that the process is not working and that we need a better system. So where did we land with this? The vote.
Motion carries unanimously. So that I'm clear for the record, this is the motion that passed was to agendize this as a separate agenda item regarding youth soccer facilities.
Youth sports, yeah,
Okay.
youth sports facilities.
So I want to thank my colleagues for allowing me to take this time. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, I see Councilmember Matias and Gordon. If we have quick requests for future agenda items, let's get them done, and then we'll go to community forum. Councilmember Matias.
I think Councilmember Gordon was before me.
Sometimes the lights get messed up when we vote.
Right. No, mine was just in support of what I was going to have in my note, what my council member requested was regarding the GBRD issue. So thank you for that.
Councilmember Matias.
Real quick, one item, and again, this is just for it to go on referrals. It's a joint item from Councilmember Palmares and myself, and it's exploring possible moratoriums on self-storage facilities and car washes. So just gonna leave that there.
I'm going to go. Let's vote on that. I'm sick of self-storage. We got to get a new vote. I think Dawn's working on it.
We got to vote.
Dawn's working on it.
Missing, all right, need one more, there we go. Motion carries unanimously.
All right. Councilmember Gordon, you have a request for a future item?
No, she already took it from my notes.
Okay. All right. I'm going to close out this by saying the following. I was not present at the council meeting when this process was developed. It has been, it's taken like a half hour to an hour every time it's come up. So I will commit to, I think the vice mayor and I maybe can have a conversation about suggesting some more efficient ways to work through this, because it feels like Groundhog Day, honestly. This item with all that, like to Councilmember Ledger's point, with all this stuff languishing, and I think a good use of this space, in addition to doing the referrals, a good use of this space would be to just openly state, here are the items we have the pipeline for our next meeting. I mean, that's what I envision this being, is saying, okay, here are the 6 or 7 items we have pending that are going to be agendized over the next 2 months. Here's the status, and we do that. That way we see okay, we still have the whistleblower policy pending, we still have this pending, we still have this thing pending. But this process is just, I think it speaks to the need for a more organized system. With that, I'm going to move to back to community forum, and see if we have any speakers online, and if we do, we're going to thank them for their patience.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, we do have 2 speakers online with their hands raised.
All right, let's call them.
First speaker, Melvin Cohen. Please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Melvin Cowan, a Vallejo resident and housing and community development professional. I'm appreciative of the updates and conversation on food accessibility during the manager's report. I also support recommendations raised to suspend evictions and water shutoffs during the government shutdown period. I'm speaking tonight because our families are hurting. The federal shutdown has delayed SNAP and CalFresh benefits, leaving many Vallejo households without enough to eat. And as shared earlier, 20,000 residents, nearly 1 in 6, may be directly affected, including thousands of children. One Vallejo mother shared, "We're one of those families. I've stocked up rice and beans, but I know an extra meal will definitely help us." Another neighbor is cooking meals for her home, from her home kitchen to feed others. And this is what Vallejo looks like when systems fail. Our people are stepping up, but they're stretched thin. And at the same time, child care subsidies through Solano Family and Children's Services are frozen, meaning no new families are being accepted. Hundreds of Vallejo children depend on those vouchers, and when parents lose that support, they risk losing work, income, housing, and health care. I want to express gratitude and acknowledgement to Councilmembers Letterju and Matias for urging the Solano County Board of Supervisors to act and fund emergency food relief. That's the leadership Vallejo needs right now. And I've reached out to Congressional Member Garamendi's office to push for federal coordination, and reached out to leadership from state, CBO, philanthropy, private, for support, as well as community. And it's going to take all of us working together. I want to thank the Food Bank of Contra Costa and Solano, our local CBOs and grassroots neighbors who continue feeding families and holding our community together. I'll be honest, I was surprised this crisis wasn't on the agenda tonight. And once again, I'm appreciative of Assistant City Manager Nalongo's report. We have families skipping meals, parents losing childcare, and small businesses watching customers disappear. This deserves immediate attention. Other Bay Area counties have already acted. Alameda County with 16.5 million, Contra Costa at 20 million, San Francisco with 18 million, and then Napa using local reserves. Vallejo families deserve the same urgency here at home. And that's why I'm asking this council to direct staff to agendize a Vallejo Food and Family Stability Fund to keep food banks stocked, support child care providers, and stabilize families before this crisis deepens further. Even if the county approves funding, which we hope it will take time for them to structure the system and distribute funding. And so no one in Vallejo should have to choose between feeding their children, keeping their job, or paying for medicine. Our families are showing up for one another, and it's time for our city to show up for them as well. Once again, we really want to thank you all for the conversation, and appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Final speaker, Crystal Gallego. Please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. First, want to start by just uplifting what was just said by the previous caller, my colleague Melvin Cowan, +1 to absolutely everything he said. I'm just here to say tonight, across the country, city leaders are stepping up. Just this week, you may have heard that Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens passed evictions and water shutoffs through at least the end of January to protect families facing economic uncertainty. And this is the kind of leadership that's putting people first. So here in Vallejo, we're facing the same pressures. Yet as of now, our response remains incomplete. Water shutoffs are being discussed, which is great, but the most urgent issue is eviction protections. It's still largely off the table from what I'm hearing. Losing one's home is the ultimate shutoff, as we know, right? From safety, stability, and dignity. Thinking about water shutoffs, we need to think about the home. This crisis is deeply connected to promises already made by the city. Tenant protections included in Vallejo's housing element are long overdue. These protections were designed to shield renters from displacement, but months have passed without the ordinances being presented to council, and every day of delay is impacting families who are already in dire straits, as we know. And we know the local data is stark. As I'd mentioned last week, a recent San Francisco Chronicle article reports that in Vallejo, 71% of renter households are cost burdened, meaning they spend more than 30% of their income on housing. This is not some distant statistic. It's today's reality for families who are struggling to pay the rent, cover utilities, and of course, put food on the table. Without urgent protections, eviction and displacement will push the families further into crisis. Moreover, and very importantly, I want to remind folks of the city's commitment to affirmatively furthering fair housing as not being optional. It's a legal requirement. Vallejo must actively implement policies that prevent displacement, advance equity, and protect our most vulnerable residents. Delaying our tenant protections undermines this requirement and is perpetuating harm. So we're calling tonight on this council to follow the example set in Atlanta. to immediately act an emergency moratorium on evictions paired with protections for water and utility shutoffs, as mentioned. Doing so will give families breathing room while the city finally implements the protections outlined in the housing element. We know that leadership means acting now, and I uplift the voices of the council members who have brought this to light tonight. And we know we need to do this before more people are forced out of their homes. In Vallejo, we know that homes must come before profits and people must come first. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers? All right. That's all for community forum. Thank you to the speakers again for your patience. That's going to bring us to item 15, report of the presiding officer and members of the city council. I see Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you so much, and I'm very happy that our community is listening to, because that's exactly what I had said regarding these requests that was mentioned already. And so I'm glad that we are all on the same page, because our community needs to know that we are hearing them and we feel their crisis as well. And again, I cannot let you forget that it's also group home and foster care is in the same categories. I would like to, in my report, thank Emmanuel Arms, because this past weekend, they provide a safe place for all different nationalities to come out, get free food, get resources, and it was a wonderful event. I would to tell you, it was way over 100 footprints that came through and got bags of groceries and a safe place. They heard music in different languages, from Spanish to English to sign language even. They won prizes. They collaborated with the mission reference mission service, I believe, and also with other community members. So I want to say thank you to Emmanuel Arms. I also want to say thank you to the city of Vallejo for providing an excellent, and I cannot say this again, an excellent, thankful, appreciative to our commissions, to our board of advisories. I was just, not only to Jackie, who provided a beautiful setting, but I want to say thank you to you, city manager, because everyone walked out feeling great. I got my bag right there. And so I just want to say thank you to that, because it was really nice. And also to, I got a chance to participate with a lot of home meet and greets, and that is why I had the idea of asking about the needs, because that was more present, that people are worried about being evicted. They've been working for a month, no paycheck. So I want to thank everybody who was kind enough to let me come into their home and hear their concerns. And my last thing, I hope my colleagues don't mind, I would like to wish my son Christopher happy birthday. Today he turned 26, and he was not supposed to live to see it. So happy birthday, Christopher Gordon, my chief of staff.
Councilmember Matias.
Happy birthday to Christopher. Just wanted to just share a quick update. Back in January, if I'm not mistaken, the Solano County Arts Council, comprised of Vallejo residents, submitted an application in partnership with the city and with contributions from the Culture and the Arts Commission to the state of California, and more specifically to the California Arts Council, to become a cultural district. Out of 70 cities that applied, Vallejo was one of the semifinalists, and the state was visiting the city of Vallejo last week, conducting a site visit to consider us as a finalist. So I just want to publicly commend the Solano County Arts Council for their tremendous work submitting that application and putting the city of Vallejo on the map, as well as the arts community, the Arts, Culture and the Arts Committee, and City Manager Murray, who attended the site visit late last week. They will be making final decisions on who will be designated as a cultural district on December 12th. And I think that that designation will bring tremendous value to the city if we get it. So fingers crossed, that's something that we'll be able to celebrate in the new year. And that's my update.
Thank you. All right, seeing none others, I'll close this out. Oh, no. Seeing none others, I'll close this out. I wanted to offer one update more for the community than anything on the Broadway project. So we do have, it sounds like an update coming on the 18th, and I am concurring with Councilmember Ledeju. I'm requesting an update that is thorough and provides concise and accurate information as to what's been going on, because we've had a few closed sessions as a council about it, and the community has been left largely in the dark and understandably quite upset at more delays and overages. So we really need to use that meeting to give our full transparency on the project. And as Councilmember Ledeju alluded, there was some information that, at least in my part, I was not aware of related to the HCD extension, project extensions being denied that actually came out in a state PRA. So there was even some information that the council didn't have, and I'm requesting that it be brought to us on the 18th, because we need full transparency and the community to be brought, around on that project. The other thing that I want to mention, to the point of the board and commission dinner, it was a wonderful event, really wonderful, and I was very conflicted taking the mic to thank our boards and commissioners, because it felt very hollow sometimes, given how our boards and commissions are treated. And the SAB monthly meeting request is just the one that I keep mentioning. To have had that languishing for 3 years, it wasn't a council referral, it was languishing as a council referral. I've asked now multiple more times. It's still getting that just needs to be agendized. It's so disrespectful to that commission and to the community and to the council who have been waiting for that. It's so simple, and yet it just speaks to the work that we have to do to get things done in this city. I really felt that last Thursday, that we have to do better. We cannot let something languish for 3 years when a resolution, if you look at the city org chart, and I went back and I looked at the city org chart, the community's at the top, which sometimes we forget, then the council, the boards and commissions report to council. When a board and commission passes a resolution, that resolution needs to come to city council. That needs to happen. The fact that it took 3 years, I just can't express how offensive that is to the commission, and for me to stand up there and thank those commissioners knowing that we've just failed them utterly was really disappointing. As city manager, do you have a comment on that? I just want to see it agendized. It's at the point where it just feels it just can so easily be resolved that it's emblematic, I think, of the language, the referral list that we were speaking of earlier that we need to get through. To Councilmember Ledeju's point, what I'll close with is actually, so I on my computer that I use during the meetings have a list of what I have as items that are in the hopper that need to come back for council, that are separate from what's on the referral list. So I'll just read it out for the record. I have the performance auditing that was approved in February. I have the whistleblower policy that was supposed to come back in July. I have the community violence intervention funding that we approved as part of the mid-year budget. I have the direction that was given to staff to have a meeting with the Housing Justice Coalition on community land trusts. I have the police oversight ordinance. I have the homelessness follow-up, faith-based safe camping and parking, the needs assessment, and the strategic plan. The required elements of the housing element, including the eviction protection and inclusionary zoning that were supposed to be by September. Obviously the SAB monthly meetings. And then the last one is performance reviews for the city manager and city attorney, in which the council gave direction in April. So that's the list that I have, and that's just an example of what Councilmember Ledeju had stated. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to start reading it out at the end of every meeting. I'll just read what I have on my list. So with that, if there are no other comments from council, I will go ahead and adjourn us at 11:31 p.m.